Okay, I think we're good to go, y'all. Hello, Jake. Hi, Geek. What's up? How you doing? So yesterday was kind of whack. I'm not gonna lie. Ow. Yeah, left me feeling kind of like that for afterwards. Alcohol is intoxicating, y'all. Oh my god. Consistent art streamer makes controversial statement. Alcohol is, highly, what do they call it, addictive? I don't know if I call it addictive. Hello everyone. I am not gonna lie. I think after yesterday, I did have fun. I'm not like gonna say I didn't, but I don't think getting drunk is particularly cohesive to my artistic abilities. So I don't know if I want to try that again. I was not anticipating getting hammered yesterday at all. My roomie and I kind of just both got some pretty good news, and I'm trying to. I do want to make it clear. I am in talks with Twitch, trying to like get stuff like situated. I don't want to say much before I can able to, but I did make a message about it in my Discord. It's in there somewhere. How did you get into the source engine packs and get some things from it? Cool. Well,
I haven't had them for like a long time. Like sometime yesterday.
I started to kind of refactor a bit of the topology I made last night that I figured was kind of terrible. But I was, look, I was intoxicated, okay? My sense of what it looks, my sense of what is good or bad topology was kind of hijacked for a bit. Handprint on the model texture. Someday I gotta make like a spawnable weapon or something, or a portal gun or something, or like an ink, like a some kind of like ink gun or something. Just be really cool to pull out whenever there's like a bot or someone making trouble or some shit. And creepy when they clean up the gun now and make it look like it was just made custom. Just I don't know. Throw it in a texture editor, or well, an image editor. Because like any image editor, whenever you're editing any texture for anything, fundamentally it is just an image file. It's just different types of image files that do different things, basically. What kind of outfit should I go with today? I'm feeling shiver today. Heck it. Why not? Trying to do, but game requires a custom module for it. As for the handprint on the texture, I want to remove that because it's straddled creepy. I don't know what that means, but I mean, I don't know. I think it makes sense. It's supposed to be like a weapon texture, right? It's not supposed to be like factory clean. It's supposed to be like unique and like, you know, not like perfect. That's kind of like, at some point I want to, at some point, and probably specifically after I see like any potential for Valve actually adopting one of them, at least. But someday I want to do more Counter-Strike gun textured streams, or well, more. I never streamed it yet. I've never streamed me making my Counter-Strike skins. But I did make a few. I made a few CS2 gun skins that I hope over time I want to make more of. I just also gotta do what's potential to help me out right now, so, you know, until I start seeing any kind of, like, royalties from a potential Valve adoption of one of my gun skins, I don't know how much focus I should give to them, because I do find them fun. I do find them very fun to make. But I also gotta do a lot of stuff just as an artist, just to promote myself at this point, and like just to get my, you know, work out there more. Cause doing art on the internet's kind of all I have left, y'all. It's kind of all I have left. It's kind of all I want to do have left at this point too. But like, you know, I've always wanted to do this for actually quite some time now. Just post more art on the internet, more consistently on the internet, and just, you know, over time, get more of my work out there. And I've been so bad about just, like, actually doing that, because I always second guess myself so much, so easily. Like, if we're talking mental health awareness, self-doubt will fucking kill your drive. Like, instantly. It's so bad. It's so bad. But it happens. Just is what it is. But that's something I want to be able to advocate against more, or against, for, whatever the fuck. I might I want to take a moment to like thank my friend Mizu, because she was right on with yesterday after I got a little tipsy. I'm just like, oh great, this is the come down phase where I start feeling like fucking shit after getting drunk. And I don't know what, like, that's a terrible place to be in, y'all. That's a terrible place to be in. You start second guessing not only what you did that day, but your life choices and everything. It's it ain't fun. It ain't fun. Sending textures. It's kind of working on something here, but I don't see a handprint. Looks fine to me. I'm just really not sure what you're referring to, Jake. But it just is really not, not conducive to someone's mental health, I think. I'm never the type to be like, you know, let's go get drunk, you know, I've never been like that, it's not me. But I'm more like, see, I'm more the type where it's like, if there's alcohol around me and someone enables me for it, I'll just be like, fuck it, why not? But I'm never the type to like go out of my way to get alcohol. That's kind of more just others, I think, not so much me. But it's still, I still felt like some kind of sense of like, well, maybe I should at least kind of celebrate. It was kind of some, it's still kind of some good stuff in the works, so. Kanata, hello, welcome. I've been trying to smell your voice, yeah. Just been putting it out there on the internet for a while now. I'm kind of just casual with it. Kind of is what it is. I don't like force it or anything, so. Not too bad. Kind of a weird thing to say, but thank you, I guess. It's cute, thanks. Appreciate it. Okay, so, can I say something real quick, y'all? Something that I think just is more apparent to me as I go through life, as I go through the streaming thing, all of this. I've seen some, so, who here knows of Gargara? I'm pretty sure probably anyone, if you're on the internet watching a VTuber, you probably know of Gargara. She's kind of like been like the face of VTubing for a while. I remember when she had a leak at one point, I think, where like everyone's like, oh, that's like her face. And she's like pretty. She's like really freaking pretty from what I could see, from what I could make out. And then there's still people on the internet going around being like, oh, she's a ghoul, she's ugly, she's disgusting. I'm just like, bro, VTuber hate is so forced, man. VTuber hate is so fucking forced, bro. It stuck out to me today. And I'm just like, oh, what? That's so weird. It just really doesn't make sense to me. One day I do want to do a face reveal. I don't want to do it as long as I'm still in the US, because I mean the US is kind of a hellhole right now. You know, I'm trans, I'm living this shit. It's kind of fucked up. Just for my own safety. But like, it just made me realize one day, like today, like, well, what the fuck is up with the internet, bro? Some people just love to hate. It's so weird. So, I don't know. That was just something that stuck out to me today. I'm trying to kind of clean up the topology a bit more from last night. I don't like what I did with the topology last night, if I'm gonna be entirely real. Drunk me is not a very smart me in the 3D. But, I do want to say, at the same time, right, okay, so, something my bestie told me last night, because I was starting to, like, get in that stage of, like, questioning every fucking thing I do, questioning my life choices. Am I doing what I think I like, you know, I guess, like, what my soul kind of calls to me, or whatever, however you want to envision it, like, like, am I doing what I should be doing in life? I think now, like now with like a clear head, with like undrunk me, I think so. I like this. I like doing this. I like talking to y'all. I like putting my work out more. I'm ecstatic of the news I found out yesterday. Like, I want to work with more creators to like do more cool things. And I was at that point of like questioning my life, and my bestie is like, well, your dopamine receptors are probably fucking fucked up now after all the alcohol. Just, you know. So real quick before I before I forget, I was muted my stream channel. In case anyone tried to join, I'm just like, oh, hello. I can't hear you right now, but she said, have some sugar. It like actually like kind of helps reset your dopamine receptors. And I'm just like, at that point, I'm just like, you know, I think you're right. I'm just gonna go to sleep, sleep everything away, wake up tomorrow, get my coffee, put a bunch of sugar in it, and she was so right, and I also just spilled coffee all over myself. I'm so coordinated. I'm so coordinated. Hold on, chat. I'm gonna clean this up really quick, but what can I say? It was a full cup, okay? One moment. Sorgy. It happens. Alright, cool. Sorry. It happens. Sometimes I spill coffee. I tried. We're running low on coffee. I'm actually getting a little scared because like coffee prices are going fucking sicko mode, yo. This shit's going insane. And I do kind of need it to stay awake sometimes. I will save. Community challenge 20. Wow. Damn. Did I launch that yesterday or the day before? Cause I can't remember. Already a quarter of the way there. Y'all are awesome. Oh my god, we're gonna end up with a Bridget outfit, aren't we? It was yesterday. And we're already quarter of the way there after not even 2 streams. Maybe I should have set that a little bit higher, slightly. I tried to set it in such a way where I'm like, if we make this goal, are we at least gonna? Is it at least gonna be like mostly after I finish the model for Vex? And we are not gonna that's gonna get hit before before I finish this. That's gonna get hit before the end of this. Y'all are awesome. Thank you. I've been wanting to make that outfit for quite a while, and this is kind of just like the push I think I need to like just like actually get me to do it. So, thank you. That's nice. That's awesome. I can't wait. I'm excited. I'm also... catism. More like autism. Ayo! Hello, Cruiser. I forgot to say hello. I swear I'm not drunk. I swear I'm not drunk anymore, y'all. I swear. I promise. I'm just a little dumb from time to time. Also, when I make that, so I've been needing to update the model a bit, actually. So, like, in addition to the Bridget outfit, I do also, like, want to add, like, a pen or something that I can, like, use while I'm, you know, doing art and stuff. Because, like, you know, kind of fits to the theme. Sorta. Kinda. Somewhat. Cruiser's still sick. I am so sorry, Cruiser. I give you hugs. I hug the sickness out of you. Stop being sick. Don't be sick. Being sick sucks. I think you mentioned at one point, but I can't remember. It was, I think, yesterday. Can have the big gay dance. Not sure what you're talking about. I do want to add some dance like animations and stuff though as well. You know, I think it'd be kind of funny if instead of just a BRB screen, I'm there doing the Orange Justice or something. I'm just kind of trying to figure out how I want to, cause like, I think I have an idea for how I want to get the, region of like this kind of situation kind of matched up to the pelvis. And I kind of want to see if, oh, wait, hold on. Actually, now that I'm looking at this, you know what? I'm just gonna delete all these. I'm just gonna delete all these, chat. Because I have a reason why. Most of this I started last night while I was drunk. So, it may not have been... well, actually, the pelvis is... Now that I'm thinking about it, I kind of started with the finishing the cranium, didn't I? Which, like... I think I did pretty well. Topology structure-wise, for the most part. Maybe not there so much, but like, actually, I don't like how I did that either. A lot of the stream might just be me redoing parts of yesterday, of me trying to like get everything together. I like some of these though. Some of these like topology structure loops, I think I made pretty well. I'm gonna redo the antenna by this point because I just had to add topology to the breakoff segment, but. Oh well, should be fine. We need a stronger antivirus. Bruh, I need an antivirus of my own someday. It's acetaminophen. My antivirus is acetaminophen. God, that's so bad. I hate getting older. It fucking sucks. It sucks so much. It sucks on ice. The big gay dance is a meme from King DDD. Don't know about it. Never heard about it. If it's funny, I might add it as an animation on here. If it's funny, if it fits. Okay, so kind of what I'm thinking of planning, since like this region is kind of where that break off happens for that segment. In fact, actually, let me do something really quick, y'all. It's mixed with the Rickroll theme. God, I remember when the Rickroll thing, as like an internet culture thing, was just like first going around. Holy shit. It's so crazy to me that it's like stood the test of time at this point. Did y'all hear about the Marvel Rivals layoffs the other day? It scares the shit out of me. Makes me realize, like, wait a minute. You could have worked on a game like Concord that fucking bombed, or you could have worked on a game like Marvel Rivals that is popping off, and I hope still pops off for years to come at this point. It's a great game. I like it better than Overwatch, if I'm being fully honest. I think it does Overwatch better than Overwatch. But, like, you can still work on a really successful, really cool project like that and still get fucking shafted by these corporations. It's so fucking fucked up to me. It's so weird. And I think the biggest thing that it stands out to me for is because y'all know I used to do contract work for Google. I've been very open about that much. I can't say much until my NDA ends on the 19th of March. A month from now today. But I do want to make a stream about that where I talk about it. It's one of those things that really stands out to me because I always had really decent scores. I was always given really good reviews during it. I was solid worker. Still got laid off with everyone else. It's like a fever dream almost. Don't enough points for Rainbow here. It's only 115. Shouldn't be too much, I think. There you go. Cruiser's gotcha. Also, hold on. Hang on, chat. There we go. I have so many hotkeys at this point that are all doing so many different things in so many different programs. So it's like, if I'm gonna have it in one program, I gotta have it be in that program. I don't know. It's just really nice to have a bunch of hotkeys all at once I can just access momentarily at a moment's notice. That's why I refuse to get a keyboard that doesn't have a keypad. Ever. I know there's people who are like, you know, like they get those tiny keyboards or those like the 60% keyboards, whatever. They're really cute. They are. But, like, then you're just limiting your, like, ability to control the computer, and I will admit it, I am a control freak. I need full control of my computer at all times. Thank you, Cruiser, for redeeming the big gay. Yeah! Cruiser, thank you for redeeming the big gay. Spent them all towards alpha progress. Thank you, I do appreciate it. By the way, chat, it is a bits goal and a channel points goal. It's whichever one we hit first. But at this point, I mean, probably just spend your channel points to be here every day. It's a lot cheaper, a lot quicker, probably too. I just kind of figured, like, I don't know, I was going through my Twitch panels, and I'm just like, oh, there's a BitSkull thing, I've never used this before. And I'm just like, well, I guess I might as well put it as something, right? Because it's still there. And I don't really know what to make it otherwise, so that's my first official BitSkull is just a mirror of the Bridget outfit, and, like, I figure if I have it set like that, it's kind of just, that's probably what I'm gonna use the BitSkulls for, moving forward. Because, like, it's just one of two bars I don't really know. You can't really like title it anything or anything. It's just kind of there on Twitch's end at least. So like I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with it long term, but I think that's what I'm planning on at least. Gotta spread my agenda one way or the other. The trans agenda, yes. So I'm trying to think through how I want to do this, because like this segment is like where it cuts off from the rest of that, and if I can kind of coax this down a bit, if you will, into like, I guess like part of the pelvis. I'm just worried about doing so, because like that's kind of cutting it close to the point where like I should probably start breaking it off into more like this or something, where it's kind of a pole that separates like this like part of the hip, part of the pelvis that just generally usually does not deform very much. But I don't know. I'm not sure quite where. Like, I could put it there, it's just really getting close to kind of like the back part of the side of the model. I guess I could always move these in a bit, slightly. I just kind of don't want to do that either, because it's nice and like square for the most part now. I think I know what I'm gonna do with it now. I think I figured it out. Can't get this stupid thing to open. Have you tried shutting it off and shutting it back on again? Have you tried all that before? God, that's so mean. Just Alt F4, bro. Jeez. I don't know. I'm not sure what program you're using. Okay, so if I go around like here, that's still gonna actually wait a minute, never mind, this is a good idea. I'm doing good here. This is actually no, never mind. That's not gonna work. Fuck. We started GIMP a few times. I mean, it's GNU software. From what I've seen, it's gotten pretty good over the years. Been generally keeping up with like industry standards. Granted, I still prefer Krita, but like I'm just trying to think here. Because I think I might need to actually rip these. That's kind of a bit too close to the other one. Ideally, I probably shouldn't have more than just those two segments that are, you know, breaking off into a pull. That's kind of like my method of thinking, if you will. But like, it just really is like crazy to me that you could like spend your life work doing like making a game that really takes off, really pops off, or you could spend your life making a game that really flops and really is just why was this released? And it's just it's all the illusion of free choice. It's ultimately gonna end in the same thing. Layoffs. Okay, so if I put that there, then ultimately kind of like I just don't know if that's gonna work or not. I don't think that's gonna work. Let's undo this and make this into a quad, so it's like, you know, a bit more workable. This, I think, should work. This should work. This should work. Got the portal gun working. Cool. Epic. Someday I want to spawn in my own... Maybe not like portal gun, but something. I'll continue to add props and stuff as I go. I mean, I kind of just got back to streaming. Kind of just got back into the swing of it a few weeks ago. I don't want to like overwork myself too much. But I do have a lot planned. I've got a lot planned. I showed y'all, if you were here, I still play Splatoon 3, I'm debating on it. I'm debating on getting back into Splatoon streaming too, at some point. I am working with, I am in talks with Twitch and some other creators, and trying to plan some stuff out. Which one of those pieces of stuff includes getting back to Splatoon 3 streaming. At the moment, I'm kind of full-time just doing art streams right now. Just kind of begging for donations because I need to I need to pay rent. I need something to sustain me, chat. My life has been cursed by capitalism to be forever on the grind set of getting more money, and I hate that so fucking much. But I do need to pay rent. But I am also, you know, I figure it just makes sense at that point. If I'm, you know, giving away commissions for donations, it just makes sense at that point to stream my work too. But I am talking with some other creators. I am trying to get things planned, seeing where I'm gonna go, and I would like to get back to Splatoon streams at some point too. Kinda gives me a reason to, you know, get back into the swing of game streams too. I think my biggest issue is sometimes I just get really fucking mad. A team, that's right. You heard me right, yeah. How many times I played Splat 32 times? It was fun. I like Splatoon. I like Splatoon a lot. If I'm being honest, I think I like the lore and the world building a bit more than the gameplay, personally. I still like the game. But, trying to make custom textures and should open, I don't know. That's weird. GIMP usually runs on like a potato. But literally though, yeah, like Cruiser, kinda getting the stream team together, you could say, even. I've been I wanted to make kind of a big thing about it here, so like I could actually have like something like to announce, but they just kind of are. I think honestly, they've been adding so many new people recently. I think the admins just kind of have their hands full. So I wanted to wait until it like actually like appeared here on my channel. I could like point to it and be like, hey, check this out, but I can't do that yet. I don't know when I'm gonna be able to do that, but I will keep everyone updated. I will make more posts on my Discord probably about it. I'll probably even do a Blue Sky post about it, actually. I wanna, like, biggest reason I just haven't been super active on Blue Sky lately, I've just been busy with making this model. But, I do want to make more Blue Sky posts. And, like, they Blue Sky doesn't pay me to say anything about this. I just really fucking like Blue Sky. It's just a really solid platform. It's like Twitter if it didn't go to shit. Using an out-of-date version, that will do it, probably, maybe. They did recently update GIMP finally. I know it's been on like 2.8 for like almost a decade. Which is kind of impressive. Holy shit. I thought it took me a while to get back inactive. I took all of 2024 just off streaming. But the update cycle of GIMP makes me feel a bit better about taking forever to do things. Cause like, well, at least I'm not the only one. May join and feed the enemy. I mean, I suppose. I can't guarantee others won't get a little mad at kill feeding, but but at the end of the day, it's all in good fun. But at the same time, it is just really funny to watch someone get really mad at a video game, which, like, you know, part of why I play Rivals sometimes, too. I do really like Marvel Rivals. I want to stream it more, too, but, like, I also have so many other games that I've had people wanting me to stream. I'm switching my game streams to Sundays for now. Because it just matches with my boyfriend's schedule better. Matches with his work schedule a bit better. But, so yeah, no, just don't expect any streams on Saturdays. That's mostly gonna be my editing days, probably. Or, like, the days I'm, like, just kind of chilling, taking a break, sipping my coffee. So this, speaking of which... You're using 2.0! You're using GIMP 2.0! My dude, that one's like, I think, forever ago old. Holy shit, hold on, wait, GIMP 2.0 released like forever ago. 2004. I'm pretty sure though, like, yeah, 2.8 is the one that was like released in 2012. And then they just took forever to update it to 3.0. 2.0 is old as fuck, my dude. Oh my god. No wonder. It might have just been unsupported image format at that point. Wow. Speaking of updates, Valve is not the only one updating TF2 anymore. Valve is not updating TF2 anymore! Is what that SDK leak, that like, you know, here's the SDK and all the source code, mod it yourselves. I consider that Valve personally hand-delivering the notice to the community that we ain't touching it anymore. We're not updating it anymore. That's what I see it as. I'll stream the classic mod someday. I'll show y'all what I'm talking about. Because there is a classic mod for TF2 now. That is just community updated and maintained. It's basically just meant to capture the 2007 like, not just aesthetic, but like gameplay mechanics, everything that was back in 07, you know? That's basically what it is. It's a really cool mod. I love it, because it's got, not so, honestly, well, okay, I love it and hate it, because I miss my kunai as a spy main. I miss my kunai. People like to say it's the thing that makes Spy OP, but, like, if you really think about it, like, Spy's kind of just a glass cannon. It's kind of a thing that just gives him better survivability. Because, like, he's so easy to counter once he makes a backstab. You know? So I miss my spy kunai. It just makes me it makes me want to cry. Why is a Ford Model T not electric powered? I don't know. Probably because it was so old. I don't know. I'm uncertain. That's not gonna work as a poll. Okay. What I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make this segment the, like, probably poll break-off point. Oh geez. Blender. I was also updating TF2. They only need to press one button. I personally consider Valve hand-delivering it to us, the community, and the gamers, that their official, their official statement, like, y'all, game's 17 years old. We want to move on. That's what I consider it as Valve doing, and I don't think that's unfair, necessarily, because the game is 17 years old. There is just a whole entire mod dedicated to preserving the classic feel of the game before they started adding, you know, what eventually I think became modern loot boxes and, you know, cosmetics and stuff, and like additional weapons and stuff to the game. Which there are still additional weapons. There are new weapons. There are additional weapons, and also a secret class, by the way, in the classic mod. They do get added. At this point, it's kind of just become like TF2 Classic, and like what if some of the really cool features that also are able to be balanced to some relatively decent degree, like thought up of by the community, were added to TF2. Was actually recently updated with that. That's part of what got me put it on my radar, so to speak. Was recently updated, and I'm just like, this is really cool. And it is really cool. I suggest you check it out. If you haven't. Go to just, I think it's like, what, tf2classic.com or something? Or no, they have a website. Look it up. Just, I don't know. I don't want to say Google it, but I do want to say Google it. As someone who used to work for Google, I fucking hate Google. I kind of hate that it's become synonymous with a verb nowadays. But, like, what am I gonna do about that? Like, you know. Duck, duck, go it. See, like, the fact that it's become so synonymous with just the basic concept of searching the internet, it's like, I just say look it up. Look, like, it works. I feel like if you don't know how to look something up on the internet, you either just really need to learn. If you've been, like, you know, living off of it, you've either been not used to the internet in some capacity, totally fine, you know, whatever. Learn how to look it up, learn how to fact check, or like you've just been, like, I guess maybe, I don't know, maybe a boomer, I suppose. I don't know. I always laugh sometimes when as one of the, I guess, late millennials, early zoomers, no one can really agree what generation I seem to belong to. I'm 28. And no one can seem to concisely give me a like generational range here, and I'm just like okay, but like which one do I belong to? I just consider myself more of a zoomer, I think, if I'm gonna be honest. I got more in common with zoomers, just like looking outwards societally. But it always kind of makes me laugh when I've always been the one to like, you know, give tech advice and like operational advice to, you know, people who haven't been using the internet much, and I'll say like, you know, I'll try to be like, for instance, like they're talking about like a web browser or something. I'm just like trying to say what I'm trying to say without saying like use the maximize button. They're gonna be like, what the fuck is a maximize button? I'm just like, see that square button up on the right? It's adjacent to the X and the line, and they start going over like something completely different, and I'm just like, oh my god. This is just a fundamental misunderstanding of like basic geometry at this point. And that's what gets me to like be like, what? How? Are you kidding? How? Even if that's the case, it's better than what majority of the game. Look at Robocraft. See, I'm a bit upset if I'm gonna be real, because I genuinely expect no further updates to TF2 now. Beyond like maybe the occasional, like they'll still select some community made cosmetics and things of that sort. I've been wanting to make some of my own cosmetic suggestions for TF2. Honestly, personally, because I'm gonna be real, a lot of cosmetics a lot of war paints. I should clarify here. A lot of weapon war paints in TF2 that I see coming out nowadays really makes me wonder, did you use an AI to just generate this? Really makes me wonder. It's one of those things. It's like if I see an AI generated something in some sphere of creativity, I'm just like, I've got to do something about this. And the best thing I know how to do is try and saturate it back with actual human art again. Not just because I like to be petty, but like also because I've always wanted to make game cosmetics for a long time now, actually. Like ever since I realized like, oh, they're adding cosmetics to TF2 and the community can put them in the game. I'm all there for that. But at the same time, with that in mind, now I'm just like, oh, and now it's being flooded by AI shit? I need to get back into that. Very exquisite retopology work. Thank you, thank you. I'm trying to keep it clean here. I don't know how good I was at that when I was drunk. I'm sorry about last night. I really do feel the need to apologize for last stream. That I feel like was kind of a disaster. I don't usually anticipate going live while I'm drunk. Just kind of happened. Even after updating GIMP, it's not working. Skill issue, probably, maybe, I don't know. I'd offer help, but I'm kind of busy with something here. I mean, you can try that. I'm not gonna. I'm willing to bet my life that might not fix it, but try it, I guess. What exactly is going on in like no nondescript terms? Let me see if I can diagnose this this creative software issue really quick. Plugin that you guys are refusing to launch with the program. Probably an out-of-date plugin. Like, see, stuff like that. It's just like a very obvious thing to me. Probably an out-of-date plugin. Especially if you just had to update the software. it's either an out-of-date plugin or it's like was too frequent for the version you had, and then you have to just, you know, point it to the right version of the software now that it's updated. Probably my immediate guess, without doing any further actual research. Probably an out-of-date plugin. Oh shit, wait, I didn't even need to add that loop, did I? To try to look for some, sorry about this. The version of the game, so I don't think that should have anything to do with it. The game version shouldn't have anything to do with the software. If all you're doing is like loading up a texture in it. Yeah, but so, cause y'all remember, now this looks a lot better. This is a lot better already. Oh my god. Y'all remember last night when I was trying to fill this in and I'm just like, squares? But nah, that wouldn't, I am so happy I started to just revise some of this from last night. I don't like my work when I'm drunk. I'm not me when I'm drunk. By the way, yeah, Twitch just hits you with ads sometimes. There should be a way that you can still pop out the player and watch me without having to be completely crashed out by them. I try to be very upfront with everyone about that, because like I do get ad revenue, but like ad revenue alone isn't gonna pay my rent. Ad revenue alone doesn't pay anyone's rent unless they're like, you know, a million like followers YouTube channel or something at that point. And even then, ad revenue is just not a lot. It just does not, you don't get a lot as a creator from ad revenue. It makes sense, I think. A lot of these platforms probably trying to push a lot of us to just, you know, get our own forms of like funding, which I guess makes sense, you know. No one wants to pay anyone anymore. It's why I lost my job and spent all of last year applying for more, and just no one's wanting to hire me. I did contract work for Google for almost a decade, y'all. Since I was like barely legally an adult, I had that job. And it's like, I did so good this whole time, and this is what's gonna happen now? Okay, I mean, fair, I guess. They just want to offload everything to the robots to save costs, but like, that's why I think I've gotten so adamant now. That's why I think I've gotten the personality I've developed now, where I'm just like, you know what? We need to remember the people in our lives. This robot shit's getting out of hand. We have lost the plot. There are people going homeless and starving because they don't have any job prospects anymore. We've lost the fucking plot. Maybe not us here, but like as a culture, as a society. Don't be drunk then. Easier said than done. Easier said than done with I'm the type who is very not, like, I don't go out of my way to get alcohol. Not really a big thing, like, fan of, like, alcohol. I usually don't. If it's around me and, like, freely being offered to me, that's a different story. I am way too impressionable. But I don't go out of my way to, like, get drunk or, like, go get alcohol, whatever, you know, like, I'll maybe have, like, a drink or two if it's, like, on my dime and I'm just out somewhere trying to have a good time and forget the world a little bit and not do anything that's, like, too particularly, like, focus intensive, like, you know, art or like, anything to do with like anything to do with coherency. But yeah, I usually don't. It's not like me to just drink. Usually. Looking at the smarter AI becomes, it may have unintended consequences. Joining with us for and below corporation people. That reads so half coherently. I am not sure what you're trying to say with that. EA is realizing how stupidly abusive things are. How is that for something? Like, AI exists right now because of that structure. AI exists right now because of the capitalist structure just wanting to suck every bit of life and work from the people that make it work. That is the reason we have AI. Corporations wanted a cheaper solution to try to replace people with, so that they would have to stop paying us, so that they would have to not worry about us, so that we could have this whole entire power structure continue to coalesce on itself and just continue to get what we have now, where we have literal dictators people trying to literally become dictator of the country and buy their way into that power. This is what it is. The reason we have it to begin with. It might be cool from a technology perspective, but from like a social moral structure, it's kind of fucked up. It's kind of fucked up. It's kind of really fucked up. AI is a slur to me. Yeah, like at this point, like I acknowledge it can do cool things. I acknowledge it's cool technology from a solely tech-focused perspective. It is a cool like concept, but it's still like the purpose that it's being driven for at the moment, like societally, is one that is antagonistic to every human, and I just can't support that. I just can't support that much. Even at the end of the day, as someone who used to work with these things, I can tell you that a lot of these like LLMs that people are saying is like AI really pretty much just boils back down to glorified linear algebra more than anything else at the moment. There are some, you know, I don't have any information about the humanoid robots. I'm just gonna be completely open about that one. Was not my project. Don't have any information about it. And I can't say for certain about those. But as far as like LLMs is concerned and like generation type shit, mostly just glorified linear algebra at this point. It's pretty much all it is. Which, like, you know, once you break it down to that point, it's like, isn't this just what computers are supposed to do? Anyway. I don't know. It's kind of weird to me how we have this, like, really big culture around it. See, AI is another living creature. Like, see, that's, like... That's exactly why I'm saying what I'm saying, because this whole culture around it has hyped it up so much to the point where it gets impressionable people who just don't know how it works to think it's more than what it is. And anyone here can quote me on that. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's pretty much the heads or tails of it. I don't like to lie to people, so I do my best to not do that as objectively as possible, you know, verbally. It's my perspective, as someone who used to work with these things. As someone who took the job way before AI even was a thing, by the way. Remember, Keep in mind, I want to make that very clear. I had no idea that's what the direction that job was going in. You know, at that point, I'm like, well, shit, they're still only paying me part fucking time pay. Sometimes for full-time hours. But that's a discussion for March 19th. You gotta be here. That's a discussion for March 19th. Tune in. Which is a Saturday, I believe. It's a Saturday. No, sorry. The Wednesday. I'm gonna start the stream at my usual time that day. On Wednesday, but we're gonna talk about it. I wanna talk about it. Probably the fact that I'm like up here talking about all this whole time. You can tell I'm passionate about this shit. I hope that shines through. I don't know. I hope so. Has its downsides and it's overhyped. That's pretty much all it is at this stage still. Overhyped. Like, I'm wanting to see a world. I did not expect to see a world when I was growing up, chat. When tiny little Aayla was a wee octopus spawn, barely. If you know anything about octoling and inkling life's reproduction cycles, we spend a lot of our early lives just as octopuses, just as just non-humanoid. I'm joking, chat. I am a real person, but I'm a VTuber. You know, it's kind of part of the thing. But when I was just a wee little octopus, and I was so fascinated by the technology that I would see my dad bring home some days in his position of power in his career, working for the NSA at the time. And I believe leading up to that, or I'm not quite sure of the exact timeline. I know he worked for like Bristol Myers Squibb, and like at a certain point he did have like peak security NSA clearance. And the stuff he would bring home, the tech he would bring home for me to you know, you'd just be like, hey, check this out, check it, like, what do you, like, I don't know, you just give me shit, you just give me some of the stuff he'd, like, have clearance to bring home, you know, stuff that was, like, what's the word, not decommissioned, but, like, stuff they just allow them to bring home at that point, because it was, like, no longer in service, it was, like, you know, replaced by, like, new shit, whatever, and I'd play around with it, I would. And I'd be really fascinated by a lot of the technology. And at that point in my life, I did not expect a world where it was the expectation was that these machines are gonna be the ones making all the art and culture and music and things that, like I expected a world where that would replace people. Specifically for menial shit. Shit no one wants to do. Go work a fast food job. Why aren't you in a fast food job? Isn't that your passion? Don't you want to be there? I rest my case. I don't think I need to make it any more clear than that. That's the shit I was hoping AI would take over. So that more of us were free to, you know, contribute more to the art and the culture and the humanities. It's not going that way. It's not fucking going that way. They're trying to replace people not only fundamentally, but they're trying to replace people's humanity. They don't want us having humanity, y'all. They want us being good little cogs in the system, working away, making the person on top more profit. That's what they want out of us. That's why this AI shit was created. And I'm not here for it. I'm here for it replacing the stuff that people don't want to do, so that we can do more of what we do want to do. And contribute to society as people. Lots of people, I think, forget that. You know, I don't want to be having to fucking pay rent every fucking month. Desperate for enough to pay rent. I hate that. I fucking hate that. I just want to do art. I just want to talk to. I just want to put my art out there. I just want to do art for people. I want to do something. And god damn it, I want to do something I fucking love. Before it's too late. Because everyone dies. Eventually. Old age. Car crash. Happens. Just fucking happens. And I hate that, like, now it's like the expectation is like, well, you want to have something you're passionate about. You want to have something you fight your life tooth and nail to chase every day. To give yourself that sense of purpose. It's all being just hand-waved away by some robot when it fully could be made so that these robots could take, you know, a lot of this like more menial shit, stuff that people don't want to do. We always got to do shit in life that we don't want to do. I don't want to say that, like, you know, that's like never gonna be a thing, but like I was really hoping the intention was gonna be like in that direction at least, you know. It just really makes me wonder. Just really makes me wonder. And that's why I take the stance that I do. I don't think it's a bad mechanical conception from a purely technical perspective. But it's about how it's being used. It's all about how it's being used, and right now it's not being used right. It's not being used right. Not if we're talking from like a human perspective, you know. Sorry for rival spoons. It's totally fine. No need to apologize. I'm just getting heated about AI. I'm just getting heated about AI at this point. What can I say? I mean, makes me wonder. It does make me wonder. Part of why I got into streaming, I feel like I want to make this very clear too, it's because it's just very nice, I think, to be able to like just, I like editing. I like putting together a show, if you will. I like technology. I use it every day. How else do you think I got here? How else do you think I'm talking to you right now? At the same time, I want to be real with people. And the culture around streaming, whenever I made this Twitch account, whenever Twitch was just barely getting bought out from, like, you know, being just in TV. I remember those days. I was there. I was there. I didn't have an account at the time. I made my account like barely just after Justin TV got bought out, and then, you know, by well, it didn't get bought out by Amazon until I believe 2014. I can't remember exactly. No, sorry, wait. When was the switchover? Because I know Justin TV. Like, I just want to be very like. It's like 2007, and then it was like 2007. It was like made and put live on like, you know, the website as a whole, and then Amazon bought Twitch like in 2014. It was like around that point, sometime around that point when it was bought. Like, hold on, wait, I might be getting my timelines mixed up a bit here. I just want to be absolutely certain. V2 Twitch. Justin TV evolved into Twitch. Moved its gaming section to a new site called Twitch TV in June of 2011. It was sometime, and then it got bought out by Amazon as it was named to Twitch. Okay. In 2014. It was sometime around 2014. Sometime just before Amazon bought out Twitch. But it was like way earlier. And at that time, I was just like, oh my god, this is really cool. Cause like, we've had YouTube up to that point. You know, YouTube was a thing back in 2005, I believe, is when it first released to like the public. Which is crazy to think about now that it's like, oh my god, all these, like, it's literally 2 decades old now. YouTube's about to be old enough to drink. Like, holy shit. And the appeal of streaming over just video making to me, I think, was just that degree of like, kind of just promotes more live reaction, more like, you know, real moments with someone. That's always been my how I've seen it, and that's why that part of why I wanted to start, I think, more with streaming than it was videos, because like I want to make stuff. I want to make a lot of stuff. I think I mostly, you know, I'm working in 3D for now. That's my like focus. But I like making things. I like creating. It's fun. And it's one of the most human things we can do, I think. Making artwork, making stuff we're passionate about, and sharing it with other people. Sure, some of us might not be great at it, at like the socializing part. I suck at socializing, I think, sometimes, but I'm up here anyway. I think I'm doing an alright job. And that's always been like my like modus operandi, I guess you could say, is like, I don't just want to put work out there and have people like know about it because it's like, you know, well edited or like something like that, but like because I'm real too, because I like have that like genuine, like, this is where I stand on these things, and this is what I think as me as a person. Because I genuinely fear for the day that we like lose and forget some of that with this AI shit sometimes. It really makes me wonder. And that's like, I think, up until this point now, still pretty solid. Still what I believe in, even all these years later. I'm not gonna say I foresaw the current state of AI coming. I don't genuinely think most people foresaw that, if I'm being entirely honest. But now more than ever, it just proves to me, like, more than ever, why that's all important. Because, I don't want to lose that. I don't want any of us to lose that. Creators are, you know, we do a lot, but, like, we're still people at the end of the day. And, the day people start seeing, like, you know, it's happened, I think, to some degree over the course of even just so far, where like creators get seen less as people making stuff and more as just brands. And to some degree, I guess it makes sense with like marketing and whatever, but I don't know. I'm not sure I want to see a world where artists are completely taken away from our humanity. That just kind of sounds miserable at that point, right? Anyway, that's my thoughts. Y'all can clip me or quote me or whatever the fuck on all that, because I want to stand by that till my dying breath. Jake, I think my dude, I think you're just having a skill issue. I think it might just be an outdated version. I would offer to help, but I am I do want to get this finished within a month or so. And it's already creeping. It's the shortest month of the fucking year. And this is the month I choose to start. You know I'm going for it. I feel like once I get the topology done, and I do gotta redo the tail a bit and also the antennas. Once I get that done, I still need to do the clothes, I still need to do the rigging, I still need to do the texturing. There's a lot that still needs to be done to it that I've got, like, what? Like 2 weeks to really actually get done. If I want to stay on schedule. I'm not gonna be too hard pressed about, like, if I don't meet that goal, but like that is the goal. Every month. Roughly. Making time. Spoon, thank you so much for being here. Sometimes I wanna, so like, part of why I started my channel, is I think it's really cool, the concept that like creators can like form together and just work on things on our own right, and over time pick out points of whatever it is that we're doing that like can be like related to whatever it is that everyone else is working on. And so over time might sound something like this. Hell yeah, good job. Over time I want more people to be able to be like, yeah, like this can kind of be like a co-working space or something, right? I think it'd be really cool. I've been meaning to kind of, at some point, I've got a lot of ambitions. Ones I don't think I can handle alone. But like, up until that point, I might as well tackle the things I can do alone for now, right? And then the more traction we build, maybe I can get an animation team together. I think it'd be a cool idea. Like, I had all these ambitions, and I put that on Twitch, and I put that on the internet, and over time, I found more and more cool people. Cool people that like creating for the same reasons I do. It's fun, passes the time, gives me a sense of like, this is part of my life's work, kind of. And I feel like if I can be a source for helping more people continue to like make progress of some sort on those dreams, then maybe I'm doing something right. Maybe my life was worth living. Sorry, not to get too graphic or I guess like out of nowhere. I have always struggled a lot with depression. And worse, we'll say. I don't know if I like how that forms together with that topology, but it would at least make some coherent sense. So maybe it's fine. I think it's fine. But we've reached the point where most of the connecting tissue now is kind of like what I'm kind of putting together here. I should probably get started on the legs as well, like properly, because that's pretty much at this point pretty much all else that's like still needs to really be done, other than just connecting up this, you know, stuff, whatever, as far as topology work is concerned. So let's go ahead and do that, shall we? Been going for already about an hour and a half. I woke up like, oh geez, oh dear. There we go. I woke up like, probably I want to say like about an hour before start time. This is kind of what I do now. I just kind of like wake up. I'm like, oh, it's 4 p.m. I should wake up, get everything I need to get done for the household for the day. Sometimes I'm still kind of bad about that, but I do still manage. And then I just go straight to streams. And so far, I think I'm doing decent with, like, keeping consistent. What would y'all think? Generally? I think I just fixed it, but one more thing I need to do is see if my force override actually did do it. What's a force override? What? Oh my god. Okay. Turn you off. There we go. Now I shouldn't have issues. Praise number lock. Praise the numlock key. It's so helpful. It's the reason why I'm not changing my outfit every 2 seconds when I change views in Blender. Move into the program and natively install directly just on the C drive. Like, that's just how you install a plugin, my guy. Usually. That's like just standard. Usually. Should be in same directory. Or at least it's supposed to be how it works. That's supposed to be how it works. Is that even... Oh my gosh. There's a lot of things. Sometimes I wonder, should I just be like also known as tech support in some degree? Should I just like make a tech support desk that I stand behind sometimes on stream? I spawn in like, well, let's diagnose your issue. Because I'm so used to doing that for like fucking everything. Tech has kind of just always been a fascination of mine. I think I might make it a channel point redeem. Because otherwise I'd be here all day and I wouldn't get any work done. That's like what I'd probably start marketing myself as, is like, well, is a Twitch player working? Is everything working? Sometimes shit just stops working. And then everyone just looks at me like, don't look at me, it's just robots doing what they fucking were programmed to do. Not really robots, it's more of an AI thing, but like more machines Just doing what they were doing. That's my biggest like moment when I kind of like start beating myself. I'm just like, why is this thing doing this thing? And then I look into how it's written and what it's doing, and I'm just like, oh, it's just doing exactly what I told it to. Cool. Got it working? Hell yeah. How the fuck am I gonna link these up? I really don't know. I'm gonna start with the fluffy bits, because I'm not sure how I'm gonna do this now. Oh, also, now that I'm looking at this, let me make sure these are actually aligned. Because evidently they're not. They're sticking out. They're giving me issues. It's Blender doing exactly what I told it to. Despite, like... there's gotta be an option. I swear I've seen it before. Where slider relax on a loop will still... Or, like, not slider relax. Creating, like, a loop cut will still actually just snap it all to the surrounding high poly. Not sure why it's not doing that right now. It's supposed to be doing that right now. But whatever. I can fix it. Sorta. I am kind of excited though at the prospect of playing Splatoon 3 again on stream, because I do enjoy Splatoon 3 streams. I did enjoy starting with those, you know. It's kind of my thing starting up, at least. I didn't find out about Splatoon until Splatoon 2, and I kind of got a little obsessive with it for a while. I still am, if I'm being honest. But, like, that's kind of like something I think I'm known for, because or at least I'm, like, I know myself for at this point. I kind of just jump around a bit sometimes between hyperfixations. And, before Splatoon was being involved, it was being a brony, I guess you could say. At some point, I'll probably make a 3D model of my pony OC. But like, first things first. Wanna make a Bridget outfit first. Just feel like that'll be, you know, more fitting for now. Now it's time to clean up the textures. That's what I'm gonna be doing soon! Maybe not this stream, but soon enough. Okay, so I think if I just start breaking these off in segments, where it's gonna go further off into the fluff parts, I believe that should be okay. I may have to add some additional loops somewhere here and there, but so far that's, I think, the plan I want to go with. Just kind of like map this out. I'm gonna lower these quite a bit for now, because I want them to like kind of be relative to like each segment, if you will, or each like the shape of each of these fluffs. I might even need to do it on the actually, you know, I think I just got a better idea. I'm gonna leave that like that for now. For now. Laugh chat. Cue shitty canned laugh track. I'm gonna make that like diamond segment more of a divot thing here. So this way kind of forms more to the actual shape that we're working with here. And then it just gets separated by one each time. And now we just keep doing it. This is gonna be this is gonna work. This is gonna work how I'm planning on it. Maybe. If I piece it together properly, anyway. Okay. Something else I just realized. Before I quite do that, I'm gonna keep those bottom edges, because I am gonna still use them. They are still part of it. Let's just form that real quick, actually, because I'm gonna show y'all what I'm planning here. So what I'm planning to do here, I want to have it kind of equal with each fluff so that they're all equally topologized at the end of it all. Just for consistency's sake. Just a good thing to strive for. But each of these divots here is gonna be where those kind of like literally divot off from the form. Texture clean is going very well so far. Cool. And then from here, I've kind of got like an edge loop flow pattern to follow for all the rest of them. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to crease some of these. Hold on, chat. Forgot to crease some of these. Real quick, let me just do that. I just want to be, like, certain we have that as a form and structure to match the topology to. Some of these just did not get creased. Like this one. Wait, why is it so dark? Why is it so dark? Wait a minute. Oh yeah! My doing! That's why. I think, right? Wait, hold on. Oh. Why is this... the fuck? Blender. Blender. Blender, I swear to... oh, right. Also, am I doing... forgot I made it unselectable. Well, I'm gonna do that again. Chat, I might be kind of ooped. Sorry. Where is the light? It's vertex painted. Mostly because I was trying to visualize everything on top of it at that point, and it's just kind of easier by that point to have a darker form to work with. But it's just vertex paint. And real quick, I'm gonna shift that just momentarily while I re-edge the, or recrease the edge of the fluffs. Because they are supposed to be kind of angular to a degree. I don't want to do too much to the sculpt by this point. At this point, I'm kind of just adding that creasing where these should have that clear delineation. And I might kind of move you slightly in, ever so slightly. Just kind of cleaning up the edges. Which I thought I got all of, but evidently I forgot a couple. Or I did not forget, and I'm just being way too detail intensive, and I'm like, oh, I didn't do this part good enough, because I'm an artist, and that's what I do in my head all the time. I'm never good enough for my own standards. I'm always trying to improve. Mostly just because I know, like, my own standards are always learning and evolving. And I'm never satisfied with how much I've learned. I always want to learn more. I'm very, inquisitive brained like that, I guess you could call it. And I feel like I do it in such a way where, like I've always been very, I don't know, what's the word? Being me, having grown up the way I did, being autistic, it's really fucking hard to reach out to some people sometimes. I'm just like, am I annoying them? Should I be doing it? Sometimes I just don't want to, because I just anticipate negative reactions all the fucking time. It's complex. It's definitely complex at this point. So I'll usually try and just learn whatever I can, mostly on my own. And I will ask someone how to do something as like a absolute last resort. And it's probably unhealthy, maybe. But, like, I want to get better at that, you know. Because it is a struggle for me. Like, honestly, genuinely. I've never been good at, reaching out to people and talking to people and it's like, because, like, I always fear that, like, if I'm gonna ask someone something, I'm imposing on them. And I'm especially doing so if they accept. And I hate feeling like I'm imposing on someone for any reason. I think mostly, honestly, that's just a trauma. Because I was never originally like that. That, like, never occurred to me. But, like, over the years, just kind of made me realize, like, there's a lot, like, there's a lot of people who just seem to feel really fucking bad about reaching out and asking anyone else about anything, too. And I'm just, like, is that, like, normal? Is that a thing? Is that how it's supposed to work? I don't know. It's hard enough for me to talk to people as is. But, I want to get better at it. I do. kind of, I think, a defining... Just kind of get moved a tiny bit more in. Kind of, I think, a defining feature of my life. I think, if I'm being honest with myself, was kind of just standing back in the sidelines, watching the world happen and the people in it do whatever they wanted around whatever it was I was like peering into. And at a certain point, I just kind of got, I think, sick of feeling like an outsider all the fucking time. I think I did it for a reason. I do. I think I did that as like a protection mechanism above all else. I just started to learn it over the course of the time with like growing up in school and like, you know, being bullied and my parents and my family. If you can call it a family. If you can call what I grew up with a family by any definition or any stretch of the imagination. Just kind of learned over time that it's like really fucking dangerous to even have the thought of engaging with people. And that's another thing that started to drive me a little insane, I think. I hate the idea of just sitting back afraid. Because why the fuck should I be afraid? I should be out there doing what I do best, putting my best self forward, putting my best work forward, trying to uplift more people, right? It's like, I think kind of supposed to be one of the things of this whole, you know, making content and sharing and making art and stuff thing, right? Please, someone correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to be wrong. But, I think that's part of it, right? And I don't want to, you know, misuse that. I don't want to go forward thinking that, like, people are dangerous and fucking insane every single time I meet anyone new. Sure, there's always your psychos out there, you know. Just kind of is what it is. Happens, I guess, apparently. But I don't want to attribute that to, like, everyone I ever meet. And sometimes I feel like that's, like, the inner workings of my mind up until at least, like, a while growing up, really. Like, growing up the way I did, my mindset towards other people just started to reach a point of, like, when are you gonna fuck me over? When are you going to stab me in the back? And I hate that. I fucking hate that. I hate that that's how I've become. I want to change that. I want to change that expectation of people. And I think that's part of why I do what I do now, too. Because, like, paranoia, to some degree, is, I think, on some level, can be healthy to a degree. But I think I've surpassed that long ago. And I don't know if that's something that I want to take with me throughout the rest of my life. I'd rather be, you know, cordial and, like, wanting to promote unity among people. Just cause we're people. And if anyone has a problem with that, I think that's frankly bad. We're all people. We might all be different cultures. We might all believe different things. Might all be impressionable in different ways, but, like, we're all people at the end of the day. That's the ultimate point I want to drive home. That's what I believe in. Still. And, after a while growing up super fucking paranoid all the time, you start to wonder, like, well, what's the point? What's the point of engaging with people? What's the point of being part of society? Do I want to? Do I really want to? Should I? And like, yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. 'Cause there are some really cool people that, like, I could try and justify any which way, but like, that's the core of it. There's just some really cool people out there, and I'm appreciative for them. Not because of what, you know, like, sure, maybe, like, someone doing something inspiring is gonna be, maybe, I guess, a little more, like, received by the general public as, like, someone doing something cool. This is a cool person, but, like, genuinely, there's just some cool people I've met that are just chill and are, at the very least gonna be understanding of that, I think. I guess, maybe, I don't know, or, like, aren't gonna criticize me for it. For thinking that way all this time. Up till now. Because I don't hate people. I think the biggest struggle of mine was more just, like, people are unfucking predictable. And that is, like, I think the biggest thing that bugged me. I'm autistic. I don't know if that's part of it. I like predictability in things. It just helps a lot with my my anxiety. But to some degree, you know, that's just natural. People being, like, you know, to some degree unpredictable, I think. I don't think it's, like, necessary. Like, I guess there's, like, you know, social rules around it. Evidently, obviously, but, like, that part always scared me the most, I think. If I'm being like, just full transparency here, you know, I believe in full transparency. I believe in practicing what I preach. I believe in just being a person, being human. And I don't want to blame anyone for that. I don't want to blame anyone for that's how I, like, you know, learned to perceive people. It's just what I've gathered growing up, what I've started to learn over time, I guess, if you will. Or at least, like, with the people I grew up with. But yeah, I want to see better in the world. I want to promote better in the world. I don't want to be like the people that got me to think that way. I don't want to be like the ghoul that was my grandmother. Like, actually, as a person, not just, like, appearance-wise, you know. It's really shitty to just knock people for appearances and whatever, I think. But the character of a lot of the people I grew up with was just, like, really, I genuinely think I'm fully justified in calling that ghoulish. And I don't know how much I should divulge here. Maybe if at some point I get, like, enough questions about it, maybe, I don't know, some really dark shit. But yeah, I guess close the segment of the reason why this channel is marked as mental health advice too, because I do want to talk about stuff like this, y'all. Twitch is gonna hit you in that. They forced me to run ads on my channel. I'm gonna get the music started back up. I'm so sorry. Sometimes it just does this, but if you're quick, I believe you can just pop out the player and still keep watching without the ads. It's kind of a cheeky trick I learned, I guess. I'm gonna have to consolidate this loop a bit. And I'm realizing that now, so let me go ahead and do that a tiny bit before I continue to start on these loops. Shouldn't take very long. Shouldn't be very tedious a process. Just gotta form these to the form. Should probably do it a bit more controlled so that they don't do that, but yeah. And I'll show why. I know why. I'll show why. Probably once the ads are done. Just so that I know everyone's still back here and we're all on the same page. And if I do say anything during any ad breaks that you may have missed, I post my VODs on my Twitch, my YouTube VODs channel, which I made recently, which I was debating doing at first to begin with, but I do that. I try to be consistent. It's a bit delayed. Gotta keep it a bit delayed. But I do post them on there afterwards, because eventually Twitch will lose the VODs, so. Twitch is kind of more of a live streaming thing than a video storage kind of thing. That's more YouTube's job, so I figured, you know what, fuck it. Might as well use each service for what they're, you know, supposed to be, like, promoted for, right? Just makes sense to me. So that's why I made a VOD channel. And the reason I consolidated these loops now is because at some point that's got to go back up into the leg, and that's got to kind of like merge with the rest of these, which I might as well actually. Should I start making like the leg visualization? I do still have to add the fluffs at some point. I might as well do the leg loops just for like a visualization purpose, right? And I hope they line up. I hope they line up. They're not gonna line up. They're not gonna line up. I'm gonna have to custom paint them. Or at least this one. The rest of them should, though. I just realized that this cleanup thing might take a very long time. Welcome to being an artist. Why do you think I've spent the past, now 3 weeks working on the same model? And I don't know. I don't think it's a bad thing to take a fair amount of time on working on something. I think, if anything, if we're bringing this back around here, I think it's just one of the best things I can do as a creator, as a, you know, a streamer, duh, but like as a artist, as a creator, just to remind people, like, good art takes time to make. No matter what you're doing, it's just part of the process. Just is what it is. Good work of any variety takes time. Genuinely, I want to drive that home right now. This whole AI shit, the whole appeal of it is like, oh well, like, you know, for these corporations, whatever, can do it in so much more efficiently half the time. And it's like, can it really do it more efficiently? I think that's a bit of an overstep. But the biggest appeal is like, oh well, it halves the time that it takes to do something. I want to illustrate something real quick, chat. I'm gonna save my work on the model real quick. I'm gonna take a moment to deviate from it. This is what I think as a creator. This is what I think. Dissolve. This is what I want to make a point of, actually. I might make this into, I'm probably just going to make this into a video segment, actually. It's just a really good thing. I want to, you know, drive home here. It's that origin. Just to make this, you know, clear. Whenever you're doing any piece of art, anything in life, I'm going there, chat. I'm going there. Whenever you're doing anything in life, any piece of art, any kind of like something that takes origin to geometries, anything that takes time to execute on in life, this is what we got. We got if I knew how to work text in Blender. If I knew how to work text in Blender, this would make a lot more sense. I rarely ever use text in Blender. It's kind of more just a modeling thing for me, more or less, but it just works because I'm right here. Here we are. Paragraph. Where the fuck do I set the text in here? I might actually be kind of dumb, chat. Hold on. Well, okay. Hold on. Hang on, chat. I'm so sorry. I was hoping to just do this quick, like, right immediately, straight away, but I rarely ever use text in Blender for any reason. So I should probably start doing that more. Actually, what the fuck? Is there just nowhere to just set the frickin' text? Oh my god, for real? Holy shit. It's the goal 30% complete. Thank you. Hell yeah. It's 2K per day per person. If everyone chips in, we'll get there soon. Very soon, actually, probably. I was trying to time it out so that, like, I would expect to, have it be reached by the time I finish the main model. How the fuck do I add text in Blender, dude? Oh my god, hold on. It's so weird. It's just not... I'm just not getting it. It should be right here. It should be right the fuck here. Text. Hang on. Would it be in text box? No. I can't imagine custom properties. I would think it would have something in here where you add the actual fucking text. What the fuck? Genuinely, what the fuck? Inserting text. At this point, Blender, if anyone who works for Blender helps on the Blender, making the Blender updates, fix your shit. This is too complex. I should just be able to type my text in. What? Why can't? Where is it? Fix your shit. Hey, Blood Angel. I'm losing my mind over trying to do what should be a very simple thing. I'm just trying to put some text into Blender. That's literally all I'm doing at this point. Trying to, hoping to. Thank you for the pets. Custom design idea that saves some of the detail will allow me to create a custom paint job. Cool. At some point I want to get back into making gun skins too for Counter-Strike. And I want to stream that. I don't know how well I'm going to be able to stream that because Substance Painter lags the fuck out of everything else on my PC while I'm streaming. We found out. So like, am I high or something? This shouldn't be this difficult. This shouldn't be this fucking difficult just to add some fucking text. Chat, I'm fucking stupid. I'm the dumbest fucking thing on the planet. So, okay. It's just edit mode. You just tap into edit mode. So, this is the higher, this is kind of the triad of human work. In any capacity, in any degree. I wanted to start doing this because I was trying to make a point here. This is the whole reason I started this segment, and I'm gonna make a video about it. Gonna make a quick moment. Just let me make sure I can clip this later. Yeah, anything in life you do, anything in life that any human does, there's a bit of a triad here where you can have it done good, or fast, or cheap. Bit of a problem here. You gotta pick two. Only two. Can only have two. If you ever get three, it's actually just a miracle in life. You can have something done fast and cheap. Probably not gonna be good. You can have something done fast and good. Probably not gonna be cheap. You get something done good and cheap. Probably not gonna be fast. This is the quintessential, like, thing that I think a lot of AI bros now are like, oh, well, like, we can try and hack this somehow. Just kind of the nature of human work. I think that's gonna be timeless. I think you could probably rewatch this video hundreds of years from now, and this would still be a factor. It is what it is. And I think a big reason why AI is such a sore spot for me is because it's trying to kind of like fuck with that. I don't like the whole fact that like things cost money. If I'm being honest, I like the idea that value can be exchanged for other value. That's always been a cool idea. I think the money system that we have does it kind of, honestly, very, I think the money system kind of just doesn't do that justice as a concept. At least the way it's currently implemented, like, I do. I think it needs, I think it fundamentally needs some tweaking. But that's more or less what I wanted to get at. And I'll make a video about it probably at some point. But that's always kind of how I've seen, I guess, the nature of humanity, the nature of human effort and work and art, because art takes work. Art is hard sometimes. And it's something I think that we need to remind ourselves of. I feel like there's so many people who, you know, maybe not here, but like in America, especially in America. I can mostly only speak for America. I've only been able to stay. I've been trapped here all my life, being fully honest. And at least in America, there's a lot of people who are like, oh, well, you're an artist, or you do this, and it's like, you should get a real job. And I'm just like, this is a real job. Art is a real job. Banning bots off Twitch is evidently also a real job. Something I do to them because they fucking piss me off. Enjoy your ban, nerd. I'm the type of person who's very like, I'll be upfront if I'm gonna be like, you're cool, and if I'm not, I'm just very upfront of like, fuck you if you're trying to fuck me over. Because I believe in transparency. I do. And I hate bots. It wouldn't shock me now. I hate spam bots like that. It wouldn't shock me now if they're just using AIs to just target channels and like put like view and spam bots at this point. Genuinely wouldn't shock me. And it just kind of pisses me off whenever people say like, oh, well, like, being an artist isn't a real job, or it's something that, like, you know, that's easy. You don't, like, you know, go out into 100-degree weather, risking your life and limb for, you know, the paycheck or whatever. And, like, at that point, it's like, bruh, I just like making art. This is just what I want to do with my life. I'm not doing it because I'm controlled to by the society that I live in that tells me I need to get money to live or else I will starve to death. And that's just why I do it. I'd rather make what I do than anything else. 'Cause like, that's just manipulative at that point, right? On like a societal level. Why do we stand for that? Why do we let that happen to ourselves? Why do we allow that to happen to ourselves? That's what I want to know. Apparently there's a ruler tool. Yeah, that's kind of just standard in most creative softwares, at least 2D. And for like, if a piece of art, if an art tool doesn't have a ruler, it makes me wonder like why. It's so imperative. It's so imperative. It's how I do all this shit in Blender. All these grids, all these grid patterns, it's all set to a metric measurement. It's how I do a lot of my incremental measurements. There is no ruler tool. That is hard to believe. On GIMP, they should have one by now. They should have one by now. That should be a thing. Hey Cruiser, have a wonderful day at work. Or I shouldn't say that. Work depending on what someone does, you can have a fucking terrible day at work every single day of your life. But I should say have a safe day at work. Fundamentally, more than anything else, have a safe day at work. That's what I care about. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all your support. Thanks for letting me babble on about all this. Trying to better society one stream at a time, I guess you could say. I think that's another reason why I've always been so paranoid about society and people for like most of my life, because I've always been like one of the first ones to ask those critical questions, like why are we pressing people to their absolute limits under the stress and duress that they're not going to be able to live anymore because they can't afford to anymore? Like, that's so fucked up. I was always the first one to ask why we do that. That's so fucked up. And the people who benefit from it don't like it when people start asking the critical questions. They usually want to start shutting us up. And I'm never gonna shut up about that. No matter what. I'm never gonna shut up about that. Cause like it is just kind of fucked up. Why are we doing that? Why do we as a society do that? I don't get it. I genuinely do not understand. I understand wanting to help society, wanting to contribute to society. I just don't get why it's always made this like fucking like stressed, forced, duressed system where it's like you either do it or you fucking starve. It's like so weird, and now we buy into it more with the fact that like none of these jobs are hiring, nowhere is fucking considering anyone. Everyone wants to pay the fucking bot. They want to buy a fucking AI to do it cheaper and faster, and just like fuck us, I guess. What the fuck? That's so weird to me. In a society that like also presses that gets me so pissed off. It does get me so pissed off. And I hate that that's like I'm at a point where I'm like I hate that that's the norm, and I want to fight to change it a little bit. Make something a bit more human, a bit more respectful of your fellow person. It's so like just that's the thing that pisses me off more than anything else. Guess you guys a free select. There should be a ruler setting in freaking GIMP. That just doesn't sound right. There should be. So, okay, let me count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. It's about 20 to 16 here, so at some point I have to consolidate a couple of these points here and there. Portal 2 likes to mess with your monitor settings. Is it just it should just set to its resolution? If it's, I mean, it is a classic Source Engine game. It probably runs first and foremost in whatever the most optimal low screen resolution is, you know, to like guarantee performance, I guess. But those are the things that make me passionate, chat. I don't understand this worldly obsession with, like, you know, well, oh dear. So, like, there was a freaking New York Times publicist asking around on like fucking Reddit and shit, or like just social media, trying to find people like federal employees who are laid off from their jobs, being like, tell me, do you worry about being able to afford to eat now with, you know, being unemployed? And I'm just like, what the fuck do you think? What the fuck do you think? I'm looking for a job. I've been looking for a job for over a year now. What the fuck do you think? Anyone who genuinely thinks that like most people working in America may like have the potential, at least in America, to not worry about that after having been laid off, don't know how little a lot of people actually get paid for a lot of different types of jobs. And at this point, it's not keeping up with the cost of living at all. At the fuck all. It's just so weird to me that some people can like genuinely be that disconnected that they're like, oh, well, like, do you worry about being able to afford these essential things you need to continue to live? Like, duh. Duh. Why are we doing this? Why is this a society we live in? Why do we just sit back and take it? We shouldn't be. We should get mad. I think. I really think so. Because I'm sick of just living in fucking survival mode every day. It's gotten me to this point where I'm so fucking paranoid. That's part of what I want to fix, but like at the same time, it's like I can't ignore that like the factors that have gotten me to that, to think that way to begin with, as a defense mechanism. But like that's, you know, why it is. I think we need to talk about that more as a society. I do. Because if we just don't, then this shit's just gonna continue to compound until more and more people are living in dumpsters and dying of hunger. 2024, we had the biggest spike in homelessness, and child homelessness, mind you, in America, actually ever, statistically, so far, in like our modern developed society. That's fucked up. That's just fucked up. And for what? AI? Fuck that. Fuck that. That's so fucked up. Right? At some point I want to make a bit of a bit of an additional outfit. I've got some additional ideas beyond just the Bridget outfit. I've got some ideas. I got some things I wanna put forth. The weather texture is made that background of the texture was all black with no offset shimmer. That doesn't sound, if it's all black, that doesn't sound like a, that certainly doesn't sound like an albedo texture. In that case, it could be. I think this might be the best way I've found to like start getting the fluffs made up. At some point I might need to add some additional loop cuts in here. But I made it in such a way where it shouldn't be too big of a big deal if I do have to do that. I don't know. It's what I'm facing, I guess you could say, as a modern creator. And I really want to talk about it more. Because, like, not just from a, like, oh, well, like, it's so fucked up, but, like, a, like, you know, why are we just accepting it? Why aren't we doing something about it kind of perspective? And I'll continue to make more posts about it, probably. I don't want to bog down every stream with it. But I do think it's something important. Something important to talk about. As someone who's, you know, gone through these motions, so to speak, would you say? I've only been an adult for a decade now, y'all. So I've only got my 1 decade of adult experience to speak of it. But what the fuck? I was really not anticipating that growing up. And I think, to some degree, that's just what that does to people. That's just what experiencing this shit does to people. You start to kind of realize it more, and you're like, why do we why do we tolerate this? And then we question it more. And then we take to our own devices, our own means of elevating our perspectives and our thoughts, and we try to make those thoughts heard more. Because while I'm doing it, like, while I'm there making, like, basically minimum wage, training these algorithms and AIs away from the public eye so that no one knows, no one's gonna give a shit while I'm there still. They're just like, what, you think this is manipulative? That's the point! Get back to work, slave! No one's gonna give a shit in that environment, so I waited. And now I wanna at least make some statements about those things. 'Cause it's what I believe in. And I think we need to put the humans and fellow artists and just people trying to survive this shit first before any of these fucking bots. Meanwhile, in Congress, we got people applauding loudly for literal Christo-fascist, like, it's so weird now. So I figure if that's what I'm up against, fuck it. I'm going up against it as hard and as fast as I can. We need to remember that society is made up of the people that make it work. Every day. Not by a mansion of wood and stone where some god is better than the other. Whatever. Believe in some, like, whatever you believe in. Don't think it's right to put any of those religions or anything above any other. Not by that, not by a pile of cash and gold. It's by the people. People who keep this shit running. And I want to see society improve from that. I do, before I lose my fucking mind. For the longest time, that's all I saw. I just kind of wondered, what's the point? Should I even make it? Should I even make it to adulthood if that's all that's ever gonna fucking happen? And lo and behold, a decade later, and I'm still kinda right. Just a little less suicidal now. Because I finally had a chance to transition and actually come into my own. But I'm just right. I don't want to be the type of person who's like, oh, well, you know, of course I'm right. I'm always right. I want to be real. But here I'm trying to be real. I just fucking hate that I was right. It's so it's so weird. It's so odd, because I wanted to get started on my art career independently and build up to this over time. Long time ago. I didn't really get a great chance to, because as soon as I graduated high school, I was faced with, well, now my mother is dying, now my dad's disabled, now we're getting denied healthcare, now they're really just, this is just what's happening now. And I'm mad. I'm very mad. I'm actually very fucking mad about it. Sometimes I like think to myself and I wonder, I'm like, you know, maybe it's a good thing. My mom maybe couldn't have, you know, withstood all this shit going around now in the world. But like in actuality, I think about it more. And my mother had a lot to offer this world. She was one of the original inspirations for me to actually like put my work out there. She was. And I feel so cheated for that. By the world around us. By society. I do feel really fucking cheated about it. Like, on her behalf, I guess, whatever. I'm her kid, but like, I think it's worth saying something about it. Right? I'd be remiss if I didn't. I feel like. That's how I feel. And I'm just one artist, I'm just one person. I'm also very scared, if I'm being entirely honest. I'm scared of what's going on in the US. And I want out of it. I really do. I don't think that's gonna realistically be, like, happening anytime soon, unless I just stumble upon, I don't know. Even if I won the lottery at this point, I don't know if I would be able to still get out. Because they're just intentionally at this point crashing, like, telling plane flights to fucking slam into whatever and just stop flying, and they're just confiscating passports. Like, it's just happening. It's just really fucking fucked up. And I feel like I've seen this coming for actually this whole decade now. I've always tried to be a very perceptive person. I feel like I've always made conclusions that I feel like were just logical conclusions that it always really shocked me that a lot of other people didn't seem to see at first. Or they're like, oh my god, coming to me now, like, you were kind of right, and I'm just like, I really don't like telling people I told you so. I fucking hate that. And I think that's why I'm like at a point where I don't want to be right about my like perceptions of the world anymore. It's too much stress. It's too much. I can't handle it. Made a mistake and messed up the UI of the program. Now can't adjust the brush settings. Unfortunate. Just might have to just figure it out. That's how I learned. That's how I learned a lot of this shit. I just figured it out. Just playing with stuff, looking up a YouTube tutorial if I need. I didn't want to go live at that point, doing what I do. I feel like it might be a bit boring for people to watch someone watching a tutorial. So, you know, I want to like master what I like, feel like I have a degree of mastery of what I'm doing first. But that's just how you learn. That's just how all of this you learn, and eventually you kind of like build a repertoire of your knowledge of how to work these softwares, and you get good at it after a while. I'm only going to Hawaii again sometime. If that's worth, I mean, that's cool. That's really cool. Do you know how expensive those are to build? Yeah, very. But like, we're reaching a point where our government is totally fine with sacrificing several hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment to make sure that the transes or the gays are put in our place. That's the point in society, in American society, we're at. And god damn it, I'm fighting against that every single fucking second of my life. That's my point. This money shit's just a game to them. They're playing with lives here. They're playing with human fucking lives here. That's what I want to stand against. That's what I want to promote more humanity against. Before it's too late, before it consumes us all. It really pisses me off. It's one of those social, like, I realize a lot of autistic people get kind of like known as like being really into these social issues. A lot of us just have a really strong sense of justice and, like, you know, not being shitty as people to one another. We might not always have the best social awareness of, like, how to present that, but I think fundamentally we don't go around trying to, you know, make people think that we're, like weird or, like, you know, bad or whatever. I think we just really have a sense of, like, we need to stand up to for what's right. Which, like, I hope that's relatable. I do. I hope that's relatable. I'm the type that's like, I've been living these targeted attacks on specifically people. Now, you know, being trans, I am whiter than a ghost, I don't want to lie. So I don't, like, know what it's like to be, you know, a person of color. But I do know what it's like to be trans. I do know what it's like to still be marginalized to some degree. And there's still a lot of people in society that it really is just bugging me are, like, constantly stepped on and shoved under the bus. For what? Profit? Some genocidal maniac trying to make himself king? That's... We shouldn't stand for that. We shouldn't stand for that. So that's what part of what I want to use my platform to talk about. I mean, I'm an artist fundamentally. I don't want to make my channel political. I want people to stop making my life political. I do want that to happen. But I genuinely think if we're going over, like, my perspectives on the world now, then that's what I'm gonna stand for. Plus you kill. Okay, but Jake, the cruelty is the point. The cruelty is the point. That's how these fuckers think. They want us dead. They want people like me dead. Like, saving costs and whatever, I get where you're coming from. I get why maybe you'd think that's the point, but, like, the cruelty is the point. The cruelty is the fucking point. That's my point. Why are we platforming people where that's their fucking point? That's insane. That's inhumane. And I think we as a people need to stand up against it. I do. Not just for society, but like, not to make this all about me. Also for my sake. I'm paranoid as shit. Spent my whole life that way. Don't know who to trust. Can't go to anyone for any help without like the anticipation of like I'm gonna get fucked over. I've been proven wrong a few times, fine, like over the years, which is why I'm a bit more like, okay, well, maybe I do have a bit of a paranoia issue. The first step to acknowledging, the first step to healing anything is acknowledging there's an issue, acknowledging there's a problem. And I don't want to be paranoid about people. I want a society. I want a community that I can feel cares about not only like the community, but like also the people that make it up, also the people that like could potential, like, you know, the people are encapsulating not just the community, but like just people in general, because at the end of the day, that's what a community is about. At the end of the day, that's what the community is about. And I want more people to say that it's fucked up. That we just accept it. The state of the world as it is. Where now we're seeing people like me, a bunch of people who just are marginalized systemically, getting killed off. That's the breaking point for me. People can misgender me all the fuck they want. Fuck them. Who cares? Who cares? Fuck them. But if they're trying to kill people like us, that's my breaking point. That's where I say, fucking goddamn it, no. That's where I run into issues. And that's why I stand up for what I do. Because we shouldn't be killing people. Should not be killing people. I think there's some people in the world who can do some really fucked up stuff. I think there's some people in the world who do some really fucked up stuff. But killing people, hot take, chat, is bad. It's like, I don't know why I can say things now that I feel like should be, like, I get soapboxy on here, I feel like sometimes, because I feel like I'm talking at, like, preaching to the choir, so to speak. I know a lot of y'all probably think the same way. We shouldn't be, you know, fucking killing people. But, like, that's the reason that it gets to me so much, is like there's people out there who don't think that way. And that's not me just saying like, oh well, you should think the same way I think. I think that one's pretty cut and dry. And I hate that, to a degree, I kinda hate that I gotta even talk about it. It kind of annoys me that I even need to talk about that sometimes. Because it's just one of those things I kind of expect, like, people, at the very least, everyone I would think could agree on. No matter who you are. If at any point I'm off base, chat, please let me know. If anything I'm saying you have any kind of, fundamental, like, direct opposition to, please, by all means, let me know. I'm interested to know why. That's kind of always been my thing. I always just want to know why people think the way they do. Not to say it's wrong. Not to, like, tell them they shouldn't think that way, but I just want to know why. Because I think people probably want to know why I think the way I do too. You know? Why do people think the way they think? Why do people think that killing might not be wrong? Like, there's discussions to be had about these things. But that's why I'm always gonna do what I do best at. I always want to continue to put my best self out there. I always want to continue to. I'm gonna change it up to some Animal Crossing music here for a bit, y'all, because I am getting heated, and I also want to keep focused. But I get passionate about these things. Because when I was growing up, I was listening to stuff like this, playing games like Animal Crossing, chilling with people, you know? Chilling with virtual people, but people. Like, maybe it's still at the end of the day, just some program, some code running in the back of, you know, this is this character in Animal Crossing. But, like, the idea is that you're supposed to live in harmony with one another and just kind of have that sense of community. Guess it makes sense why I liked Animal Crossing so much growing up. Ah. Watermelon. I seriously gotta add more food items. Ah, thank you for the watermelon, Belinda. There's a way to get rollers in the game. I thought so! I was gonna say that doesn't sound right. I did say that doesn't sound right. I did say that. Y'all can go back into y'all can go back and clip me where I did say that. Anyway, it's right. Fucking hell. God damn it. I was about to say, I'm like, that just sounds odd. That just sounds really odd. Every creative software, to some degree, should have some form of, like, rulers and, like, measurement. Don't know how to spawn. Try it. Honestly, just control. Like, I know in Clip Studio it's Control R is the hotkey for it. Try that. I don't know if it's the same in every other in other softwares. I don't know if that's like a standard hotkey or not, but that's what it is in Clip Studio. Oh shit. Okay. Sometimes I make misselections, and then sometimes I make entire topology segments through the mesh. Sometimes it's required because I'm just gonna like add it, and then like it's kind of just a fast way to, if you're ever working on something that's like being like projected to a high poly sculpt. Say like, you know, for instance, I wanted to join here. Like that's how I made this. Initially, this whole segment was just these two connected, and then I just Control R. Add topology loops. In Blender, Control R's. Excuse me, sorry. In Blender, Control. Oh my god. Can my system cooperate here with me? You ever get that? Y'all ever get that shit? Or you're trying to say something, you just keep like having like a dormant half burp that's like still trying to inch. It's like, oh my god, it's so frustrating. Control R, at least in Blender, is adding topology loops, but in Clip Studio, that's what you use to get the ruler toggled on or off. Sorry, I'm just also trying, like, this whole time, I've been kind of trying to, like, think, like, how the topology loops work and go together. And I might need to add a tiny bit of additional supporting loops up here. Just make sure those are still mapped to the high poly. Do the same thing back here. And I think, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to be like, I've never wanted to enter this, I really don't want to enter that state of like, oh, well, like, controversial content creators is something controversial. Like, I feel like that's really just like low-hanging fruit at that point. You know? I've never wanted to be like known for something like that, so I don't want to become known for like being controversial or whatever. I'm just speaking what I think is real here. But I've always wanted to be more known for the art I make, the work I put in, the things I can help accomplish. So it frustrates me when, like, looking out on the world, looking out into, like, how to be part of this world and within it, around the people in the world, it's like, I just want to be a good person. And I want to contribute how I can. I'm not gonna do that at some job at this point, evidently. Nowhere is hiring anymore. Just plain and simple. But I still want to contribute. Wow, Blender is really not getting this automated loop completion thing here all that well. I think this might work out with this topology structure. Because over the course of more of these loops, I'm gonna keep making it this way, I think. And if I run into a problem, I can probably manage it with like one more topology loop. Don't know how to spawn one in for what you need it for. It should also, like I said, it would be Control R, but at least in Clip Studio, that's what it is. It should also just be in the like Windows or like the every up here. Every program, to some degree, well, like no matter it's kind of a standard to have like, you know, a top bar of just functions for the program. Pretty much everything should be in there. In like no matter what you're using. They might need to actually loop these more better around themselves. I think I might need to do that. I'm just spending so much time on this segment because, like, once I get into the fluff parts, it's all gonna need to, you know, connect, so I don't want it to connect in such a way that can't be, like, easily subdivided. But, yeah, I don't know. At the end of the day, I just want to fight for what I think is right from a human perspective. Which is why I say the things I do. And like, for the longest time, you know, I'm kind of like at a point where I'm like, why should I just, like, why shouldn't I say these things? Why shouldn't I fight for what I believe in? Why shouldn't I fight for what I'm pretty sure most can agree, I think, is just morally a solid stance? Just stop fucking taking advantage of people. Stop fucking killing people. It's all I want to say, really, at the end of the day. Society and humanity, I think, deserves better. This, I think, might work. If I can loop these around, then they loop around themselves. And there we go. Now I can kind of, like, consolidate this part even, I think. Which, like, cool. Hell yeah. I think I've just always believed in, like, you know, talking about what I've lived through, what I've experienced. And that is genuinely what I've experienced and what I've lived through and how it's formed my perspectives. I still want at the end of the day, you know, I still want to make people laugh. I just also want to be very, you know, no bullshit, you know? Because I've always respected transparency. Like, more than anything else, I think, in this world. Like, someone who I can, like, talk with and be like, oh, like, you're just talking about what life and, like, being real and, like, you know, I don't believe in misdirecting people purposefully for my own gain for any reason. And that being said, I wish I could just say that, like, life was, you know, a lot more fair when it comes to these things. Can't do that, if I'm being honest. Can't do that. Would make me just a liar. And I'm not interested in lying. Because at the end of the day, I'm just trying to connect with people. Someday on stream we'll talk about my family. Maybe. Possibly. Or, well, I guess I shouldn't. I should say my blood relatives, moreover, than family. I think it's important to make that distinction. Family doesn't always have to be by blood relation. Sometimes, it's not even by that. Like, almost at all. Family is just the people that we can be around safely, be ourselves with. People who are gonna see the humanity in us and be there for us and be there to comfort us when we need and be there to support us when we need and continue to be good people to one another. That's what family is. And someday, maybe I'll talk about it more on stream. I don't know. I don't really want to, if I'm being honest. But if I get at a point where people actually do start asking, then I feel like I just, you know, I'll be fully open. As much as I can be. as much as I can be without, like, you know, getting into, like, breaking TOS, like, type discussion, I guess, because it is pretty horrific. So, counting all the remaining vertices, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's 7 to 5, and then that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, probably 7 to 5 again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yep, so, okay. Think I'm just gonna do probably something like this. I might have just been on the right track that whole time with the other topology loop. Cruiser, hi! Did you get to work safely? I'm assuming evidently yes. You're back. Hello from your job. I work here too. Not really, it's a joke. I mean, I guess technically in a way. This is, at this point, this is just what I consider my job. Doing art. I hope I can continue to be fortunate enough to continue to do so. I totally forgot. By the way, quick useful tip, because I've said this before. If you ever need to like extend out specifically like a 1 point to make a quad, you could do like, you know, extend, like extrude, connect, fill, or you could just, instead of doing all that, you could just middle point, F. There you go. I'm all about expedient workflows, because there's a lot to consider in all this, and even like with that, it still takes a long time to make a model. My future plans is to follow vicariously through your brother, acquire the same skills, same knowledge, same clothes, same nose, same place from roots, growing up home, throwing stones, throw from us. I forgot the lyrics. This 21 Pilot song. Same knowledge and maybe the same salary. You think that's sweet, Cruiser? See, I was kind of an only child to a degree. I had a half-sister, that's about it. So I guess, I kind of know to a degree of what it's like about, being overshadowed, I guess, to a degree, maybe, I'll say, because I did feel overshadowed a lot by her. It was made very clear to me very soon, very short, we could say over time, that my half-sister was kind of the favorite kid, at least to my dad. Most likely still is to this day. But like, I think it's admirable, anyone who like is in a position of like, probably got you fellas in my ear, learn the same, spend listen, yeah. Like, I was just talking about like Cruiser earlier at some point. I'm just like thinking like, I think my biggest concern, my biggest issue, if you will, with like society and the way it's run is like this money system. Well, I like agree that like we need some form of like value trade, right? But like, I think on some degree, just from a like, from a human perspective, we need a better management of this whole money system on a societal level. We need something that's not going to be based off of like, because when you look into the money system, when you look into what it's based off of, And I want to be very careful here, because Cruiser has been instrumental in keeping me alive and like sustained right now, because like everyone needs money to live, right? That's why I'm part of why I'm doing this. When a money system can just fundamentally no longer in and of itself support the people that it's meant to support for that trade, then it's failing. And I just want to be very clear about that. I think our current monetary system is absolutely failing in pretty much all degrees, every facet. Some people are probably, you know, doing well for themselves, and that's awesome, good for them, but like, at the end of the day, the whole basis of the money system is still based on someone losing ground. If you're gonna trade for something, at least if you're gonna trade for something to make a profit off of it, that is fundamentally based on someone losing ground still, so to speak. That's still wealth. That's like created in profit from wealth that doesn't actually exist. It's fabricated out of the air. And I understand the idea of keeping something, you know, flowing so that you still have enough, you know, resource and ability to maintain. But fundamentally, shouldn't that be a bit more maintainable? If we're gonna, like, you know, discuss, like, maintaining, like, funds and stuff. Because fundamentally, if someone's like, if there's some profit to be had from any transaction, where is that coming from? Evidently not even the worth of whatever it is. There's always some, like, you know, price gouging to get that has to go on to like make something profitable. Especially like most, I guess, egregiously, we could like take example with the like a lot of these industries, really just a lot, like point to an industry. Why is my save bar suddenly up there now? I guess it's just a different, I think it's a different view. It's a different view. Hope that someone who's living ground is only losing another opportunity to buy a new expensive car, not food and shelter. Yeah, but that's the thing. Is like, it's those people who understand that, and that's why they're operating off of, like, that's why they've put it into this grand operation on a societal level. Because they understand that. They realize not everyone maybe does. Not everyone's an economist. I don't think, like that gets into another topic of, like, you know, do we need economists to tell us how to function as an economy? Like, I think it's like, at that point, it's like, well, shit, like, isn't the economy supposed to be built around the people that like contribute to it? Why do we need an entire college degree to determine how we should make these things, like, actually actionably happen? At that point, isn't that just feeding into itself? You're telling me I need to fork over how much money in debt to get into a college to understand these things? That's all. That's like one of the things that's always weirded me out. Like, I understand higher education. I get that. I think it's important, particularly for like matters of like medicine. Absolutely. I used to even say for matters of law, but now the more I think about it, that's even just built fundamentally off of the same principled structure that I'm talking about. The people are the ones who make the laws. Why are we locking that to only the people who have enough money to put themselves through college? Doesn't make sense to me. Makes me really, like, it really makes me wonder, is that people run at that point, or is it oligarchy run at that point? Because at the end of the day, it's still the people making these rules for society that we live in. It's just really weird that it's being locked to the ones that, like, specifically come from money. And I think it's exactly the reason why we have these, like, societal issues, too. Because, like, at that point, I think enough people see that and they're like, wait a minute, aren't we supposed to, like, as people, be the ones making these contributions? I'm all about fighting inequity. That's all I want to see done at the end of the day. No high school diploma with the help of my brother. Maybe you and top plus speedrun from high school, no high school to college and even university. I hope so. I hope you can achieve your dreams. I am all about wanting to promote more people to be able to achieve our dreams. And I think that's why I talk about these things. Because on some fundamental level, like, the system really stifles people chasing our dreams and making what we want to see in the world happen. On some level. On some, like, systemic overarching level. I'm not trying to, don't get me confused, please. I'm not trying to say that, like, any one particular person is at fault. I don't think any of you are at fault for any of this systemic shit going on. But I do want to like, bring awareness to it all. Because I think it is important. I think this is gonna work for the leg connection part. Now it's reaching a point where, like, I should be able to, at least over, you know, the course of all of this, segment out the topology so that it reflects the fluff. All will be in British schools. I ain't touching American schools. A 10-kilometer pull. I advise you, if you are in America and you want to go for higher education, by all means, don't do it here. You will get scammed out of a lot of money for not very good education. You will get scammed if you take any kind of college here in America. Study abroad. Study somewhere. There's a reason right now America is falling behind in education and only will continue to do so now because of our because of our I guess elected king, apparently. It confuses the shit out of me. Why do we let this happen? Why do Americans let this shit happen? I think there needed to be a mass societal structural shift in America decades ago. I think it's just reached a culmination of proving my point on that one nowadays. Only chance to be with my boyfriend, Sam. At the end of the day, that's all I want. And, it's hard to escape America. It was hard to escape America decades ago. It's even harder now. My dad, as crazy as he may be, did at least see a lot of this shit coming too. And his only plan, ultimately, was to get me and my mom out, and himself, like, all of us, like, out of America decades ago. Got sick. Started to get rejected from everywhere hiring for one reason or another. You're not literally fucking perfect? Then get out of the American job economy, Lamau. That's just kind of how it is here. speaking as someone who's like lived through it all now and gone through it all now for almost a decade, that's just how the culture is here. If you have any like slight disability at all whatsoever, period, you are just suddenly considered less than. No matter if it's even diagnosed or not. You could suspect you have something and have like, you know, because you have trouble with something. And suddenly they're just like, oh, well, you think you might deserve some kind of help? Nah! If you're not documentally, like, you need to be perfect. But if you think you're not, then we're still gonna give you shit about it. Even though we're giving out the societal message that, oh, we help our disabled, we help the people that are doing their best. Not at all. Not at all. They criticize anyone who's not like able to be like up like actually like straight up fucking super soldier status on like no matter what. They just keep getting up and keep being able to do shit. I had to delay a stream a few days ago because my back just would not stop fucking hurting. My spine. I was in a car crash a while back. Just wasn't entirely. My car just slid out. The wheel just popped out. How do I manage that? I had to try to get it back at one point. I was speeding a little bit. I wasn't at that specific time tripling the speed limit. I did get into a habit of that, and I acknowledge that. But in that moment, I was maybe only going like 5 to 10 over, and my wheel just popped out. And I'm just like, oh shit, now I gotta get back control of the car. How the fuck do I do that? Ended up in a car crash. Miracle I'm even alive whatsoever. Not, let alone, not in a wheelchair. But it did affect my spine. I can very clearly feel it and tell. It cracked in several places. Mid, like, examination for me trying to be like, hey, this really fucking hurts, can I get some help with it? And they're just like, nah, you're fine. Don't worry. We live in this weird society where it's like, well, you know, if you're not disabled, and good if you're, you know, able to work, then contribute to society and work. I get it. I get that. I don't think anyone's gonna say that's necessarily not a good, like, that just makes sense. That just makes sense. But then it's at this point where there are people who just can't, and they still try. Like, at that point they're like trying to stifle us from even trying at all, as much as they possibly can. It's such a weird fucking dynamic. It's like you would think that in such a society that values so much the idea that you should never become incapacitated for any reason, temporarily or permanently, that you have to always be running on that hamster wheel, and like, it's like, okay, I'll do my best even despite that. And suddenly they want to make that hard too. What the fuck? Beyond my comprehension. When I say the cruelty is the point in this country, I mean it. That's like just the MO I've gotten from America. The cruelty, I really do genuinely think, is the only point in some capacity at this point. Like, we don't export a lot. We take in a lot. We import a lot from other places that, again, have hard-working people. Lots of, like, China, for instance, with a lot of people making the stuff that comes out of, and, like, you know, going into and circulating around society. They got a lot of they got a lot of exports. We're here about to be taken over by a new freaking regime, and China's like, we're fine, we're fine. Our exports are up. You're taxing us on it. We're fine. We just won't export to you anymore. Fuck them. We're fine. We sustain our own economy. America has been so dependent on other places' exports for so long. I don't think we can sustain it alone. And it's like so weird that like now that's what they're going for. Anyone who understands these things from like a trade perspective, from like a you know, just societal perspective is like freaking the fuck out right now. Rightly so. Cause that's not sustainable. Like the money system we've been running on is already non-sustainable. I don't think I need to make any further display of that much. But now this is just like the final nail in the coffin. It's scaring the shit out of me. And that's why I want to make it out of this country. Sorry, I don't want to say sorry. Fuck it. No, I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry about anything I say. I think this is important stuff to talk about. I think this is important stuff to make more awareness about. I want to make more posts about it over the long term. But I think this is all important stuff to talk about. I think it's more empowering to just let people talk about it. No matter no matter like our background, like especially like if you're American, especially, I want to hear your thoughts on it because like we need to take back our country, or it's going to kill us. Or it's going to kill us. Be safe, cruiser. Have a wonderful day at work. Please be safe. Don't overwork yourself. Unless they're paying you overtime. Unless they're actually paying you overtime, I don't know what that's like. I don't even know what being paid full-time is like. And even then, take care of yourself. Like, be conscious about, like, you know, everything. Don't put too much, like value your health and sanity first and foremost, is what, like, in a word, what I'm trying to say. But thank you so much for all your help, for listening to me Babylon. I know I get passionate sometimes. I just hate injustice. I just hate injustice. I hate seeing people, like, you know, continue to be struggling by no fault of their own at this point. No fault of their own. I hate to see people struggling so much when life itself is already enough of a struggle. And there's just a culture of people adding to it. It's like, what the hell? We should be helping people through that struggle, not adding to it. As a society, as a country, but like as a global society. They only play in salary. I work far less than an American for the same like that. Yeah, that's another big thing. Like, pay rates here have gone actually down the toilet for the same jobs. Like, I think we're reaching a, like, kind of this weird, like, wage slavery race where, like, companies are looking at different countries like, well, who can we pay the least for the same job at, like, in each country? And America, India, I believe, in some parts of India, a few other countries, like, it's like they're all it's like just all competing for a race to the bottom. It's like, what are we doing? What are we doing? It's so fucking weird. And I'm saying that as a quote-unquote weird person. I'm autistic. People say it, people call a lot of people who aren't just perfectly normal weird. It's weird that we live in a society that's trying to just make people's lives as miserable as possible. That's weird to me. That's weird to me. People will call me weird for having some delays socially. It's whatever, just is what it is. promoting a like society like that, that's weird to me. That's weird to me. And for the longest time, I've just been afraid of speaking up against it. Not anymore. I'm at a point now in my life where I'm kind of not afraid to speak whatever's on my mind. Because I'm gonna die anyway. Someday I'm gonna die. As a human, as a person. Just is what it is. We're all gonna die someday. Whether it be by old age or car crash, whatever. I'm not planning on it. I'm hoping to live as long as I can. But it's made evident to me now, at this point in the society, that I should at least die fighting for what's right. Because if I don't, they're still gonna try and kill me anyway. Fuck it. Might as well fight for what's right. Might as well get my thoughts out there. Might as well at least be a source, a voice for the voiceless of some sort, you know? That's why I want to source it to some degree too. I want to make sure that like whatever I'm saying is agreeable to my community too. That is what I think. If anyone wants to like, you know, follow up on it and like point me in like, you know, further directions, let me know. Absolutely. I'm always open to discussion. That's why I'm a streamer. But it's important to have these discussions. It's important to be able to like talk with it's important to be able to talk with people and decide these things. Because how else are we gonna do it? Because everyone's part of the society, right? In some capacity. So that's what I think is the most important part. Keeping an open discussion, keeping open these concepts and these things as people, as participants in society. Stuff here a little bit, needs to get some easier artism energy out with my trampoline by back to making the custom portal gun. I miss having a trampoline. I do. Those were trampolines are so fun. I mean, yeah, if you want, I don't mind. I'm just mostly focused on this at the moment, but I'll take a look at it later. Chat, I think we're reaching a point now where I'm satisfied with the topology for the most part. Still gotta get this part in, but like that's why I wanted to make this part kind of first, so that I could like have something that could easily wrap back around into the rest of this topology with the rest of the body. And then we'll get started on just real quick remaking the antenna and finishing the tail. Because I do still have to finish the tail too. Still coloring it, which will take a while. Takes some, just part of creativity. You can't rush these things. I made a segment earlier that I want to turn into a video snippet at some point. I might turn into like a short or something. I'm gonna cut out all that time I spent struggling trying to figure out how the fuck to add text into Blender, but like, I don't know. Something I think might lend itself pretty decently to a video format. Oh my god. Well, I'd love to read the back comment, but my scroll wheel is just not gonna let me scroll up. Cool. I know I often say that my country earns a lot and Kuwaitis earn a lot, but I would not want you to come here for money. It's great for Kuwaitis, but not for foreigners. There's something why Kuwaitis only make up a fourth of the Kuwaiti population. You're in Wales, but the rest probably not. But so yeah. I mean, racism is everywhere on some level. I think that just, I guess, exemplifies that one. Countries have, I guess, their own preconceived biases. We do it here too in the US. It just happens everywhere. to some degree. Some more than others, but still happens. And like at this point, I don't really know what else I could try and do. I am hoping this works. I'm hoping this Donothon idea works. I've really wanted to be, you know, making more art for a while now. I wanted to make at least a sustainable point with it still. But I don't, like, I want to be very clear, like, money is just a tool. That's all it is. It's just a tool. It's a societal tool. Tool for exchanging value. One that gets corrupted all the fucking time. Absolutely. But, you know, usually the governments that like put it in place to begin with. Hilarious, but classic. But it's just a tool. I never want that to be like the most important thing in life. I think that's like actually just really toxic at that point. If like money is the only thing someone has going for them, it's like, you got a hobby? what do you like to do? It's like, you know, living all access is financial material wealth. It's worse than America. I could imagine. It's that a lot of this inequality happens everywhere. I only can speak from an American perspective. That's where I've been, you know, primarily. But I still think these things are applicable, right? We shouldn't be like as a planet, as a people, we should be forming together. Because like it or not, eventually every country that thinks it can be hyper individualist, like, we all need one another at the end of the day. Like it or not, one day we are going to form into like a global world, like, formulation of just contributing to one another's societies as people and maintaining that. That's like actually just the only way, ultimately. Be safe, cruiser. Water, electricity, and healthcare is free though. I wish healthcare was free here. I want free healthcare. I want to know what that's like. Even with Medicaid, there's still a lot of things that's like I've been looking into the details now of it, and it's like, well, you can see a doctor, but you can't get a ride to that doctor if you have no fucking means of transport. You're kind of on your own for that. And if you find a ride to, or like any kind of like way to like get to a doctor, we might cover it, but we also might not. Really just depends on the vibe. It's kind of like, it's like every single turn, it's like there's something they try to pull where it's just like, you're just trying to make this hard. You're just trying to make this needlessly hard. And that's where I take issue. Whenever, like, because I'm very, like, my mindset is, like, if I'm trying to, like, engage with someone and give them a reason to engage with me, I want to be accommodating. I want to help them. So it's like, why isn't that the attitude that's approached with like healthcare? It really does seem like it's more approached with, at least here in America, this attitude of like, oh well, you need help, fine. I really don't want to help you, but legally I'm required to, so I'm gonna make it as hard as possible, and just best of luck. with the toofiest fucking grin on their face the entire time. It's so irritating. I used to date someone that worked in healthcare. And, like, they broke my heart. But the I hate this audio box. It's getting good and then it cuts me out. Hold on. Cause it always fucks up my avatar too. Sorry. Yeah, no. Depending on what you're in for, depending on really a lot of factors, this society gets really weird, I've noticed, about, like, treating people who are still in school versus treating anyone else. It's very like, oh, well, the perspective value that you hold could be of, like, actual, like, you know, we could still exploit that. And so they're, like, you know, very, like, the general shift in attitude I saw when it comes to, like, medical establishments from when I was a kid to when I was no longer a kid, hence, you know, the linearity of time was so stark. Now I think I get it. This country just likes to exploit whoever they can as much as they can, as long as they'll be allowed to get away with it. And once they realize that person is starting to, you know, have some degree of autonomy, they really think it's a better idea to just try and just not give them as good care. It's really weird. Like, before I was an adult, if I got hurt or anything, like, it's always like, oh, poor you, poor baby, poor thing. And it's like, now that I'm an adult, it's like, figure it out yourself, you fucking bloke, like, fucking hell, like, goddamn, like, very, like, weird shift of, like, devil may care. Very weird, very odd, very dehumanizing. Made me realize, oh, this shit's just purposefully exploitative, isn't it? And I think it's, like, part of, I think, why I have always had this sense of, like, well, fuck, I should speak out about a lot of this injustice and shit going on in the world, shouldn't I? But if I do that, then they're gonna start realizing that they can't get away with exploiting me anymore. No matter, you know, what the source is. Manipulators don't like that. Manipulators are very, let me keep manipulating you and getting away with it, and if you tell anyone, I'll fucking kill you. I know, because I grew up under one. That was just like that. Someone very immediately personal. And people like that get celebrated in this society? What the fuck? Just what the fuck? That's why I stand behind everything I believe in right now. I don't think that's right. I think we gotta do something about it. I don't think it's right. But I'm also very much the type of person who doesn't just want to offload things onto other people and just make it other people's problem. I'm the type of person who, like, if no one else is gonna do it, fuck it, I'll do it. And right now, I want to hope for something better in society. I want to strive for something better in society. I'm just one artist, so there's only so much I can do. But when we as a people come together as a community, no matter what context, amazing things can happen. So, big thing I'm debating here, which I think I'm gonna be able to do just fine here, actually. How am I gonna connect these? How are these loops gonna go together? Might even need to make it, like, across here. Feels like I'm watching something getting stitched together. That's really just kind of what retopology is, if I'm being completely honest. Basically, it's just that. Just kind of like getting stuff, like, you know. That's why I do what I'm doing right now. I am like still trying to like gather like my thoughts on like what is a good ideal like way to like display the different loops and why they're that way. Because essentially, at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to have a character model that's just perfect quads. Well, okay, let me restate that. You're not going to have a character model that's just perfect, satisfying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like the lines just to flow together all the time. You're going to have segments sometimes where like the ear is gonna flow differently to the rest of the head, and you gotta find out a way to connect that. You're gonna have to use poles, like that's a pole, that's a pole. In this case, that's a pole. No, wait, actually, that's not a pole. Sorry. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is a pole. I'm dumb. That's a pole. Kind of didn't want to make poles there, but I'm also like at that point trying to manage like, well, okay, the deformations by this point shouldn't be too severe, so should work. Otherwise, we'll probably also kind of like complement the shape of the jaw anyway. But that's basically what retopology is, Jake. Yeah, just kind of stitching a model structure together, basically. Are you trying to use how to use a corn keyboard and it was a gift from fellow 3D printing business? I gotta say, this shit's a nightmare. Oh my god. What's a corn keyboard? I've never heard of that before. Oh. I was just gonna go back straight to it, but, this looks like it has a purpose for sure, but like, why? Why would you do that to yourself as a 3D artist, though? Oh my gosh, I can't imagine. That looks like pain. Cause like, I can't imagine that would make things easy to control. It's for ergonomics. I guess like I can see that it is an ergonomic type keyboard, but the number pad. Where's the number pad? Where's my precious number pad? I wouldn't be able to, I would need a number pad. Blender, I think, has kind of trained me at this point to just like anything I need to do, it's a number pad. Number pad, number pad, number pad, number pad, number pad, number pad. It's like if I want to rotate it all, it's like I think I could probably actually still do. Hold on, I'm curious. If I shift, it doesn't actually change the rotational axis, but like sometimes I'll just do that. Turn shit upside down, look at it, make sure it like still looks good. Mostly for sculpting, mostly for like getting the form in, the base form. But I need my number pad. My number pad is important to me. Don't get me wrong, I've already learned how to use a gherkin keyboard, and that is way worse. What is a gherkin keyboard? I don't know what these things are! I'm stupid, I'm sorry. Hold on, let me expand my knowledge. Oh. See, like, oh dear. I know there are some people who get really particular about their keyboards. I am one of them. I need a number pad. There's some people who go with like those really tiny keyboards, and I think they're really cool, but like I still want my number pad. I would probably, like, if I ever was in a scenario where I end up with a keyboard like that, it would probably specifically just be to like have as like a collector's piece more than anything else. Maybe someday I'll, I don't know, get good and not need my number pad, but until then I need my number pad. Oh my. Just use it for keybind. It's just really fucking helpful. It's just really freaking helpful. Like, there's no reason why I can always defend the keypad. I remember back in middle school they taught me how to frickin' like touch type on it, along with like, you know, the rest of the keyboard. And I'm just like, this is really cool. This is really nice. I have full control over anything I'm doing at any given moment. And that was like the biggest appeal of the keypad to me at the time. Still I think is, if I'm being honest. Company gave me a gherkin and a corn are also looking at me make a dactyl menu form, which is honestly gonna be much better anyway. These are all terms I now know totally and didn't have to momentarily Google as I'm talking to you. Totally. That's a joke, chat. That's sarcasm. I think. Anyway, I had to Google it. That actually looks really cool, though. That one does look really cool. If not just for, like, ergonomics. Just like one of those cool things to look at, I guess. I should probably not be, well, no, because these parts are still gonna be about where they lie. The rest of these, though, these white parts, I do need to tune to the rest of the leg, which I think I'm gonna do one by one momentarily for now, because, the way that the leg shapes itself here. I should say is shaped, I guess. That should work for what I need, though. Gonna select specifically the loop back here, and like, well, I might have to just do it one by one because of the way that the shrink wrap works and face projects. And at some point, like, you know, I'm just kind of, currently I see myself as like just kind of working my way back into the stream schedule at the moment. But at some point, I do want to make more use of my like actual like initial YouTube channel too. I'll probably like, I don't know what else to do, like. I'll probably just like put up like, you know, animations and like tutorials and whatever on there. It's just kind of like my channel, I guess. Whatever I like, whatever doesn't fit in like a stream, I can make into a video of some sort and put it up there. I don't know. I'm not sure how it's gonna go. I'm still trying to like work out a lot of the details of like when am I gonna actually do anything on the YouTube channel. The more I do this, the more I like go through this, I hope I can just, I'm hoping this works. I'm hoping this idea works more and more. It really, like, it filled me with a lot of uncertainty, if I'm gonna be honest. I know I'm a, you know, I wouldn't consider myself like an influential, like, big time person or personality or whatever. And I hate the idea of like begging my audience for donations. I'm just gonna be fully transparent. I never wanted to do that. I don't know what else to do now. I don't know where else to turn to. I wanted to try and keep like my financial dependence and my creation online as pretty separate from one another to a degree. Cause like money just stresses me the fuck out. Always. No matter what I'm trying to do with it. Never not been stressed out by it. Always just fills me with stress. I hate that. I hate that it does that. I wish it didn't. But it's like, at this point in my life, like, there's always something to stress about money. And, I guess this is like my desperate attempts of like hoping that like maybe I can one day be good enough to not stress about money so much by means of my own creation somehow. I don't know. I don't know. Life is hard. Life is really difficult. And up until so far in this point in life, I've gone so far in my life, kind of like with the expectation that if I ask for anything, any help with anything, I'm just gonna get spat in my face. Sometimes, you know, especially more recently, I've been proven wrong on that. I'm like, oh, you're actually just gonna help me with my goals. Cool. Did not expect that. But like, thank you, holy shit. I really don't know how to react in those moments, genuinely, because I'm just like so used to being like I'm so used to expecting the worst. And I hate that. I've mentioned it before, I hate that. I hate that that's like how having been treated in society so far has gotten me, and I want to change that. I do want to change that. I've been starting to. I have been starting to. I want to be like full transparency. It's not just like, you know, my community, my audience, whatever, but like people in my life. This just helped me kind of like understand and realize that more better, I think. Main reason I go to an urban keyboard is due to a very serious first injury I suffered when I was much younger, so I don't necessarily recommend them for many people. That's fair. That is very fair. I've never tried one. I don't know how... I don't know if I'd be, like, good at using it or not. I don't know if I'd prefer it to a standard keyboard or not. This is just, like, a $40, like, a Logitech, just standard keyboard I'm using. By the way, Twitch is gonna hit us with an ad here in a moment. I can't really turn them off. I've tried. I have tried. I can't turn them off. If you click the player, you can pop me out and still listen. A little bit of a hack, I guess, if you will, so to speak. So how do I want to progress with these fluffs, guys? How am I gonna do this? I think this is how I'm gonna do this. Because they do need to be a bit pointy, so I'm gonna try and, like, work the topology to get them that way. But I do also think, hold on, this might actually just require more, like, branching off now that I'm looking at it. Okay, I'll put you here, put you there. This here. Extend and connect. So from here, I should probably bring another one of these out, I guess? This might actually get really complex. I think instead of just, like, piecing this out so far, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna delete, or well, here. I'll rip this so that I can then delete the edge and actually, like, take it with me. Now I'll put this under here. And I'm just gonna try and formulate it as best as I can to the fluff parts. Actually, also what I'm gonna do real quick is kind of focus on the mesh too. I want everything from, like, below here. Because I still need to link it up at the end of the day, but for the most part, that's kind of why I got the rest of that linked up and ready to be linked up. So that way I can kind of just, you know, use what I got so far. I'm not sure if this is gonna work out or not. But, like, that's the idea, is, like, hoping that it does here. I might even need to extend this out still, up here. And then, like, connect this way, kinda. And then from there I can just have these loop around, and that way that might give us a bit more concentricity. I should just actually, while I'm here, do this. Hold on. It'd be so much easier. Fill, fill, subdivide. Expand. There we go, kind of. It's kind of working its way back around itself. I don't want it to, like, I don't want it to fuck up the rest of the topology flow up here. For my idea with the gun, I'm waiting to dye the whole entire thing red and then figure out what kind of design I want to do. That, I can still read that, but oh my. I think that's just a result of voice to text. Oh dear. I can still read it, but, like, it's kind of funny. That's the wrong red. That's the wrong form of red. y'all. I'm gonna change up the music a bit one more time here. I might at some point just start playing like whatever, because like at this point I've got it such a way where like it won't go through the VOD, so I think we should be good. So I think I'm pretty much at this point good to play whatever. So we're gonna play Minecraft music. Of course we're gonna play Minecraft music. It's just so peaceful. Minecraft music and Animal Crossing music is like always my go-to for like just peaceful, calm vibes. It's lack of understanding of accent. I think they do like make it around like that kind of thing. It's just voice to text has just always been kind of not super great. I've always much preferred text to voice, because at least then it's like usually kind of a little bit better at like dictation, I guess. I mean, to be fair, part of that was kind of part of my job before I got laid off. Improving shit like that. And that being said, I can at least say this before the non-disclosure, or like while they're still bound by non-disclosure shit. But yeah, all those years ago, when I was like seeing the emerging technology of like all these voice assistants and everything, that shit is so unprivate, it's actually kind of unbelievable. God damn it. I'm trying to get this copied over. Actually, I should just turn off face snapping for this, shouldn't I? Like, maybe if it would go out a bit more. Kind of the idea. Kind of like the idea I'm like going for here is so that I can just have this paste directly to where I'm snapping it each time, you know? And sometimes it just is not the greatest at like determining where I'm like it kind of just is wherever you're looking, but like if it's ever so slightly off from that volume, it's gonna go straight to wherever else it's going to. It's part of face snapping. But there we go. I think this is kind of the format for the fluffs I want to go with. Bro, my hand tracker just is not having that angle. Fuck. Okay, cool. So I just kind of copy each one over, basically, and just like put it where it goes. Pretty much. Kind of have to sort of adjust the scale between each one a bit, but like now it just snaps right on. I love face snapping. It's so useful. It's why I sculpt. Well, I mean, it's not why I sculpt, but it's really helpful for like making the model after the sculpt, or like from the sculpt relative to it. Let's see, how is that? 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 10 on each side. Hold on, wait. How many of these did I make? Oh my gosh. This might get convoluted. Welcome to the leg fluff topology stream now. This is probably gonna take a while. Oh dear. Meant to just copy that over, duplicate it. There we go. So if I merge that here, get the rest of them connected up. It's just gonna be a lot of copying and pasting at this point. There's some textures of parts of them that look like there's screws. Do you think I should paint over those? Probably not. I mean, you can. It's not like they're actually imperative to the structural topology of the model, if it's just textured on. Or it may be. Who knows? Check the UVs. Kind of depends on, I guess, at that point, like, if you're just like, at the point where you're just editing an already pre-existing texture, you kind of want to follow the guidelines, I guess, of like where that texturing is and like what it's kind of like trying to convey shape-wise. Because like at that point, you can't really do much to the underlying model unless you're gonna actually go in and do so. And at that point, that's a whole nother discussion. But generally speaking, if it's there in the texture, it's probably just aligned to a part of the geometry that may be denoting a screw. I'm not sure. Again, I would just say check the UV is probably just the best way to tell. If it's like specifically UV'd out, if there's like specific geometry in the UVs that denotes that screw, you might not want to fuck with it. Or just like, if you are, just, you know, keep with it as a screw. Otherwise, if it's not like geometrically marked in the model, you could probably just do whatever with it. Not planning on modifying the model anyway. Well then, there's your answer, I guess. This is gonna trip me out so much. How the hell am I supposed to do this? I don't know. I'm gonna try. I think as long as, like, provided I keep these connected, I think this might work. Because they'll still loop around themselves effectively. Right. Kinda. It's then ultimately gonna loop around there and, well, hold on. I might have jumped the gun a bit, so to speak. Can get around screws, like, maybe I can make it look like a painting then stand out. Like I said, check the UVs. If it's there and if it's there in the model, it's gonna be really hard to make look like anything else by that point. But if not, then go crazy. Because then it's kind of just like having something painted on, right? Vtuber, I will start calling I'm pretty sure it's Shiru before. I will start calling them Vtuber. I think it's cool. Thank you so much for this. Thank you. It helps. Every bit helps. Let me
K_Tipper has
update the thing
subscribed.
manually, don't I? I gotta update the thing manually. Hold on. I need my calculator. Calc stands for calculator, chat. I need a calc. Points. Wait, hold on. Cool, epic. There we go. Goals. Yes, there we go. Vtuber, thank you so much for this. Thank you for the 1 month. It helps. Every little bit helps. I'm hoping that, like, over time, and over the course of me doing this, I can, like, actually put together a proper commission sheet more, with, like, more of a variety of my work. I just saved! I just saved the video game. I already saved the video game. Hello, Vtuber. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Back to liking. Thank you so much. So I'm kind of just doing the fluffs. That's kind of the deal here. I think I need like what, 2, 3, 4 more. 4 more. Shirokyu is fine. I like them both. I think they're both cool names. I will say Q. I like to go off of like what someone's Twitch name is. Just like, I guess, courtesy, I suppose. I don't know. But okay, I just wanted to be sure. Real quick though, because my coffee is cold, and I should probably finish that coffee pot before it gets cold too. But by now it's probably cold. I'm gonna go heat my coffee up real quick, y'all. I'll be like actually right back. 1 second. Alrighty. Probably should have run a quick ad segment while I was gone, but whatever. The way it works, like on my end, where like if I choose to run an ad segment like earlier than every hour, it kind of just builds up to like a bigger block of time where there's just gonna be no ads. So that's usually how I try to manage it as best as I can, I guess. But yeah. I'm gonna get straight back into it. I'm gonna jam to some Street Fighter for a while, if y'all don't mind. A lot of like Street Fighter and like Guilty Gear music, I think really helps me with my like creative flow, if you will. Kind of like just enough to get pumped, but not so much where it's like, yeah, I'm rocking out or something. I don't know. I mean, I still rock out to this. But, just trying to think here with these topology flows. See, this is pretty cool. This is why I made it like this. So this way, if we highlight both these topology flows, they just oppose one another, and they kind of like break off here. So hopefully, if I do this right, shouldn't end up having any further issues with the rest of the topology structure. But first, I'm probably gonna need to expand, not like that, somewhat like that, but not like that. First, I'm probably gonna need to expand this out a little more, actually. Wait a minute. I think that's why I think this should work. I'm calculating things in my brain mind thing. It's how I do 3D work. Oh right, I still gotta finish the rest of these though too. Let me do that first. I get so sidetracked sometimes. Okay, so you then undo that so that we're not snapping to anything. Then if I rotate this way and make it a little bit smaller, somewhat. I don't want to like continually like make each one smaller and smaller if I can, but like it's more for the purpose of like getting all this lined up so that then I can just put it there. Then I'll just continue to adjust the scale. But yeah, face project is just really helpful. I might actually still need to I might need to actually rip those once more still. But for now, this is like the format I'm going with. A lot of the times, I just kind of consider making a model topology kind of just like a giant puzzle that I'm putting together. And I think that's part of why I like 3D so much. Cause like, I was the type of person, chat, if any of y'all were like, I didn't care very much about school. I'm going to be completely honest. There was not a lot of reasons I saw to give a fuck about school. But I'm still the type of person to be sitting in the back of the class, not paying attention to the lesson, but playing like fucking Sudoku on my phone. So I'm still solving a puzzle of some sort. It's just not what school's telling me to do. I'm like that kind of I remember, I distinctly remember when I was a junior in high school still. And, it was in like, I believe a science class. And I was just, you know, I finished the assignment, so I didn't really have much else to do. Though, like, I guess I could have, like, drawn or whatever. Sometimes I did. Sometimes I just draw in my, like, on the fucking worksheets. Sometimes I would make really complex drawings on the fucking worksheet. And I'd end up taking home the worksheet. Not because I gave a fuck about, like, the assignment, but just because I wanted to keep the art that I did. I think I might still have those somewhere. I'm not sure. I still have my sketchbook for, I'm hoping I keep my sketchbooks with me throughout my life. That's like those are like some of those things I always hope to keep with me. Somehow. I think it might be one of those cases where like I see an actual use case that I might actually want an iPad, because like I know there's like those new ones with the pencils now where it's basically like a mobile freaking portfolio. That's one of those. That's like one of the only reasons I could see myself wanting an iPad. Frankly. But it would be an interesting thing to have in that case. Just kind of like more helpful so that like nothing gets lost to, I guess, time, so to speak. Or like I don't have to look around the giant sketchbook full of like everything. It's just all kind of all right there. That would be really cool. That's like the one thing I could see as a case for me getting an iPad. The last Apple device I owned was like a classic iPod, you know, with the circle pad and all that stuff like that. But yeah, no, like I would just be, I would just be there, finish with the assignment in class, on my phone, play like freaking filling in a Sudoku sheet. Actually, like literally, like just on my phone. I remember I had some teachers, like some teachers who like would just. Like, some of them, most of them actually wouldn't be that weird about it. They'd just be like, you're just doing a puzzle? Like, you know, they think like, you know, some kids on their phone or what they're doing, texting their friends or something. Nope, just doing a puzzle. They never had any issue with it. It was kind of cool. I'm just like, yeah, I'm still doing something with some learning value. That is what I'm here to do, right? And I'm just like, what you gonna do about it? And they're just like, you know what? You just make a really good fucking point. And I'm just like, fuck yes I do. That was always really cool to me. I think that was like my brief moment's respite of like, oh, wait a minute. Teachers aren't just trying to be fucking like oppressive. They just want good grades from their students so that they get good grades from their principal so that they get to keep their job so that they don't go homeless and hungry. That was like a big light bulb moment for me, I think. And it is still kind of funny to like think of back on now to this day, I guess. Cool. Can't wait to do the same thing on the bottom ones now. So I think additionally now the best bet is to start like also working in the crevices more again, because that's kind of like where I'm gonna need to build around, you know, right? So oh dear. Fill in the right square, please. Blender, thank you. Some of these I think are still, it might just be a, it could just be a view plane issue, but it looks like some of these are still not even like actually on top of the sculpts. Fixing them where I see them, of course. As one would. As I should. Actually, I'm curious, you know? Would y'all mind? I don't think there's any issues with it by this point. As long as it's not in the VOD, I think we're fine. I want to play some Celeste music at some point. Probably after this. Probably after this. It's Castlevania music. Come on. This shit's good. But I do want to play more Celeste music too. Celeste is such a fun game. I would say I put a lot of emotional energy into Celeste as like a fan of the game. I'm not just saying that because I'm trans. I mean, I am saying that because I'm trans, but I'm not just saying that because I'm trans. Okay, like 3 more of these. Alright. In fact, I may even have to switch it to transparency view at this point, because this is actually going to get really complex. All these different crevices. Maybe I should have made it a little simpler. Nah, I feel like that's the easy way out. And I don't like taking the easy way out. Never. But I do think this idea is gonna work for the topology. I've like kind of reached a point, I think, where like for the most part I can kind of eye up topology structure and like what would be, I guess, ideal to a degree for each like way that the model's made, or like the form that I'm trying to fit it to, rather. And I do think this is gonna work. Can I play some Celeste music? Actually, I don't know if I don't know if I want to play Celeste music. This one, like, I do want to add it to the playlist. If anything, I do at some point want to add it to the playlist. So now, I should just be able to come in here and just add to all these if it's gonna, well, you know, work with me. I don't know. There we go. That was weird. It really should have just picked that one up, but that was strange. Usually at this point, this is where I think I would want to, like, begin to break off these loops a bit more. But ultimately, they will all wrap around themselves. And I'm trying to think of how I want to continue to like structure that, because any one in particular, that's gonna go around there. Oh, okay. Alright. Yeah. Let me just undo all of this really quick. Not to sound fucking insane or anything, but let me just redo everything I just did. I'm joking. I'm not really doing that. But I am more gonna need to like rip these somewhat a bit more. So let's do exactly that. Oh, and if you select multiple points, it just doesn't even keep the edge. Cool. Didn't even realize that. Wait, no, it's still triangulating those. Fuck. God damn it, I might just have to do this one by one. Well, this ought to be fun. I hope that with time, I can just make more cool VTuber models too. Not even necessarily like for anyone else. I do love making stuff for other people too. It's really nice whenever I see the person pop into chat and they're just like, oh, it looks so cool, it looks so good. Kind of fills me with a special... It's like a special feeling you can't really get anywhere else, where it's like, oh my god, I am actually doing it, and they actually like it. But, I just also, at some point, want to make some more cool, VTubing avatars, too. Why stop at octopuses? I mean, I think octopuses are really freaking cool. But why stop there? Maybe someday I'll just be full on cringe and just become a cat girl. Which, for those of y'all who don't know, before I was an octopus, I was a cat girl. Not like streaming, but like my online persona at that point still. I've got a lot of creative ambition I want to act on over time. And I feel like I can't do it all alone. So someday I do also want to make like an animation group or something. Some kind of specific, like, I don't know. Something mostly to do with 3D, I think. Would just be really cool. Okay, so that's all of those separated now. Which means... how do I want to do this? This is how I want to do this. Yeah, I think this will work. Cool. Okay. Epic. So I'll drag that out, put that there. Actually, I could even just continue to... no, I can't. Damn it. Wait, what the hell? Oh. Oh. Okay. Blender, just put it there. That makes a lot more sense. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Isn't that a triangle? So as long as I loop these around, I think at this point I can start to, like, scale in these parts, kinda. Not going with Alt-S. Alt-S is just not what I need here. But now at this point, now I can just wrap around all these just little segments, and they should be kind of constrained to their own things. So cool. Then wrap this in here, and there we go. Now it's gonna wrap around. Ah. I got no meat. Thank you so much for the follow. That's quite that is quite a name. I'm Aayla, indie 3D VTuber. Make my own models. Trying to make one for Vex. Vex gave us this beauty, which I'm like. It was so it was so cool. I just kind of got hit with it out of nowhere one day during stream. They're like, "Oh, by the way, I made you an emote." Like, ugh, I didn't even ask for that. Thank you so much. Holy shit. They're what I'm considering the first winner of the giveaway series thingy that I'm doing. You don't have to be an active donor to have a chance to win a model. You just gotta be following the Twitch channel and be here when I announce them on stream. And this is what I want to do more of. I took a bit of a year off from streaming back in 2024. Depression, life fell apart, bad breakup, lost my job, laid off, like went homeless for a week. I was fortunate enough to still have my car running at that time, so that helped a lot. But yeah, now I'm going back at it. And I'm happy to be here. And I'm also thinking, okay, so yeah. You, and then match you. There we go, we're good to go. Sorry about that, my hand tracker sometimes trips out a little bit. So by this point, I should be able to scale these in. And then just kind of, now I'm just doing the same thing I'm doing from this one. And then I'll link them up. How am I going to do this actually? Hold on, let me make sure that this is going to work in full before I do it, because that's probably a good idea. Yeah, okay, so then that's going to go around. Awesome. Okay, cool. So it's all about flow. It's all about topology flow. It's also my hand tracker would if my hand tracker would cooperate here. It's all about topology flow. So like that's gonna ultimately all wrap around all of this at the bottom. And it shouldn't affect anything that goes up further into the rest of the model. And that way it all kind of links together, links up and whatnot, and causes me to kind of be able to control these loops a bit. So now actually I could just, oh wait a minute, hold on. Before I start going off and connecting the rest of those, this way, no, sorry, that one and then this one, there we go. There we go. Epic. See? Jake mentioned earlier that's kind of just like watching something get stitched up, and like, yeah, that's pretty much when you break it down, all retopology really is. Kind of. You still want to keep in mind the mesh structure. But ultimately, that's the idea. I'm really hoping these polls aren't going to give too much of an issue is my only concern. And at that point, I might be able to, like, delete them and then reform them a bit better. Like how I did with the eye sockets and the chest parts. Where, like, maybe if I do something like this, for instance, subdivide, make sure they're all on there properly. And then now maybe I could start to, like, add, maybe something, not quite like that, but, like, something along these lines. And then that kind of starts to, like, get at the pole edge issue a bit. But for now, I'm gonna keep them. Just while I form the rest of these, like, leaflet segments. I'll make a determination afterwards if I want to keep those or not. And, like, really at this point, I'm mostly more just focused on, like, how's it gonna deform moreover than anything else. That goes there, that goes here. Cool. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I fucked it up. Let me just keep to each one individually. If I can see, if I can, like, visually see the pattern, I can continue to replicate it a lot easier. So these need to get scaled in. Scale those in and move them up. Scale you in. Oh, wait a minute. What the fuck? Oh, fuck my life. Okay, it seems to only be on that one. As far as I can tell. Never mind. Fuck's sake. I might have accidentally duplicated something I shouldn't have. A lot. Gotta clean it up. Hold on, chat. I'm so sorry. That one looks fine. You are exactly what I'm referring to. There we go. Just to be certain, gonna delete those really quick. Okay, I think... I hope it wasn't... I need to... Oh wait, Discord didn't work. Hold on, sorry, Discord, I swear I put it through before I started, but one second. Fake real professional streamer. Refresh, it's still not going through. What the f... Hold on. Hang on. Alright. If I switch you, and then I reroute you back to the same outputs, maybe it'll work. Bestie.
No.
No. It didn't work. It did work. It did work, but it didn't work. I'll save my work! I saved it. I saved it. Sometimes chat just spams me with save redeems. It's kind of funny. Yeah, kind of like that. I heard that sound a lot in high school. Or just in school in general, just growing up. I was always a popular target for the dodgeballs and the volleyballs.
You're indispensable, Aayla. Everyone needed you.
Yeah, something like that.
I'm not rolling my eyes right now.
It's so her, Aayla. I have got the high grounds. Oh no. I think that so. I saw a video at one point of like people who were like analyzing that scene in Star Wars, and I'm just like that like they're saying like the whole high ground thing kind of really isn't relevant, but like they were using a chair, just a direct difference in vertical surface to like demonstrate that, and I'm just like, okay, but like in the scene they were on a hillside. Sort of big part of the relevance, I think, of that scene, where like it's a lot more like they're going on to say that like just because someone has a high ground doesn't necessarily mean they have the advantage, and they're like, you know, standing on the chair, like I can so easily hit the head of my opponent now, or actually, sorry, I can so easily be hit a lot easier by my opponent than I have to hit them, because like at that point it's like, oh, all that's available to me is their head. But like I'm just like there like the whole time, like, bro, they were on a hillside. That's part of it though, and it just really made me like that's it's still better at that point, combat wise, right? I'm pretty sure.
Who are you again?
I don't. Of course you know me. I'm your best friend. We've been best friends since childhood, and then the accident happened. It's time to let me go, Mizu.
Doesn't ring a bell. Sorry.
No. Ah. That's my best friend. I love her. She's wonderful. Hold on, and real quick, by the way, cause I want to play some I want to start adding some Celeste music to the playlist now that I actually can. As long as nothing's going through, I think we're fine. As long as it's like not going through to the VOD channel, the VODs, I think we're fine. And Celeste music is just so nice. Hold on, let me grace everyone's ears real quick. Lena Rain did all of these, and she made them so well, and Celeste is just such a good game. I don't know how else to say it. And I'm not just saying that because I'm trans. I mean, I am saying that because I'm trans, but I'm not just saying that because I'm trans. So this is kind of what I'm going for here. As long as I can wrap these around, I can still add additional loops if needed, but hopefully not. Hopefully not. I love Celeste, it's so good. My roomie's not quite the type, I don't think, to appreciate it as much as I am, but someday I might do some Celeste streams, cause why not? It's really fun to speedrun, I know that much. I don't really do speedrunning necessarily, maybe I could. But it's a really wonderful game. Okay, so this loop goes around, this loop goes around. Gonna raise that a little bit just to kind of keep the density flow here going. And then you should get connected here. Awesome, kind of. I should probably also, I just realized, I should make sure this is actually getting all the proper points. Sometimes I rely a little too much on the autofill function that Blender has. Just a bit. It's just really useful when it works right. When it works right, it's really nice. When it doesn't, it starts to make me worry a bit. But this is the idea. We'll have all of these just kind of going around and meeting around here. I shouldn't. It'll all make sense once it's all concentric. Oh my god. See, this is what I'm talking about. Sometimes just does not, even when I connect it very clearly, it's like, huh? Oh, where am I connecting? You're connecting here. There we go. Cool. So, you go there. You go there. You get pulled out, and then you finalize the connection. Who texted me? Someone just texted me. Y'all, we're about to take a... We're about to get hit by some ads, so 1 second. I'm gonna just take a moment to just check this real quick. And speaking of phones and texts, something that I stumbled upon recently today, y'all, is that apparently there's like an Arcit kind of esque protocol that's like actually being put forth now in Android phones. So that's cool. I want to try it. I have been meaning to add Arcit tracking for the longest time. And it's like, it's set up on this model. The Visemes are there. I just need a method to be able to do so. And I want to try it out. I'm not sure if my phone supports it. I don't think it would necessarily directly. But yeah, it makes me wonder, like, it's like not quite Arcit, but it's similar, and I wonder how it would perform. Hopefully on par. Hopefully on par. Okay, so extend you out. Fill that face, extend you out to rotates. Fill that out. At some point, it does like get me like kind of at a point where I'm like, I should probably start researching phones again, because mine's really budget right now. Like, it's so slow, even just processing a singular task. There we go. Cool. Alright, now I should be able to fill you, fill that. Just fill it all around. Cool. Epic. I'm gonna have to do all of this again for the second layer after the fact. Oh, fuck. Fucking hell. Sometimes 3D can just get kinda tedious. Just is what it is. And, I still love it. Okay, so... now that all these are getting looped, I'm like really wondering, can I just take the ones I've already got at that point and then copy them down? I hope so. I really hope so. It might be a bit of a chore to still get it like, matched properly on the actual, topology. But I really hope so, because, oh my god, it takes so long to make these. Sometimes. It is just one of those tedious elements of 3D. Regardless, I still love 3D, but there's some parts that just get really tedious. So, okay, that's that connection. Why then this needs to get merged? That needs to be there. There we go. Right? Yeah. Okay, cool. Epic. That's why that one was tripping me out. Forgot to merge it. Forgot to keep it on that part. So I should probably actually, now that I'm looking at all this, let me do this real quick just to like, at this point, this is also just kind of like my own visual aid. Just so I can tell which loop is which a lot easier, generally. Actually, hold on. Yeah, okay, well, whatever. I can always continue to select these. I should probably make a proper palette. Actually, I already have one. Check it out, I already have one. It's still not the right colors, but it works. And the reason I have that on there, by the way, in Blender, if you don't know, you can basically set up whatever you want to have Blender start on like a new screen. You can like set up your own like custom defaults so that that's just what Blender always opens to. I haven't deleted a default cube in at least a year. Haven't needed to. Just keep my default scene clear of it. I solved the default cube issue, everyone. I'll make a short about it at some point, I'm sure. Cause I'm all about sharing quick tips and tricks. One of these days, I'll figure out a way to like better balance the microphone. I've toiled away trying to get the like perfect dialed in noise gate settings and everything, and I still have issues with it detecting my my inputs on mic. So At some point, if it does get like really freaking frustrating, someone just let me know, and I'll spend time figuring it out at some point soon-ish. But until that point, I just want to focus on making models. Why sometimes my tablet's like screen allocation sorta goes off. It'll like completely need me to relocalize it. Usually just if I click into another window. Cool, alright. So all those should be green. Everything else should be blue. Or well, that like my, I guess, specific shade of blue. Like these two. These should be blue. And now, so, alright, so this one's just always gonna get connected to that. So that's what should be all the way around. Yes, right? Believe so. Pretty certain. Wouldn't be lining them up like this if I wasn't. Never mind. I'm dumb as shit. I'm dumb as bricks. Totally forgot something. Wait. Oh my god, hold on. Maybe I didn't. I do know what I'm doing. Sometimes just looking at this, or like, you ever get that feeling where you've been looking at something you've been making for so long and you're just like, oh wait, this isn't right, and you're, wait, no, like, never mind, it is right. I'm at that stage now. I don't like that stage of creating really anything, but it happens. So, okay, yeah. That goes there. All of these get connected up to that top point. So that means you get connected and you get connected. If Blender would just work with me, thank you. There we go. My blood angel. I'm so glad people. Words cannot express my gratitude for that emote. It's so cute. It's so nice. It's so clean. If you like it, by the way, let Vex know. Vexrar, the one I'm doing this model for, made that emote. It's really cool, really cool, really cute. And honestly, if I had money, I would just like throw a bunch of money their way. Like, can I have more emotes? I really like their art style. I also really like it when my hand tracker doesn't trip out on me. It might just it might just be what it is. I try to keep it in such a way where it stays relatively stable for what I need it for. Sometimes it just bugs out. But that is also why I want to add a pen to my next avatar, to my next model update. Which will include the Bridget outfit. We're gonna get there. At this rate, we're gonna get there. Not even 2 full streams in, we're already at like, what, 30% on the way there? So... And that's not with like a lot of different people putting their points towards it. That's just mostly with like, most of y'all putting it towards each day. So like, thank you, first off. because I do want to make that Bridget outfit. Easily gonna happen at this point, at this rate. I really want to do something for Cruiser. I might, at the very least, if he doesn't, he already showed me, kind of like a design, sorta, that he would like to structure an OC off of. I still want to make like probably a proper 2D, excuse me, sorry chat, probably a proper 2D ref sheet for it, before I like do work on. But he did at least give me an idea, so I think I can do that. It would be so weird, like, I don't say that because like I have a problem with his current I usually just envision him as a reg for Made in Abyss at this point. But I just want to make something for him too. Something satisfying. I think that's like kind of fundamental to being an artist, right? We just really freaking need to make stuff. Wait, right, these gotta go downward, not upward. Or, well, inward, not outward. That word, not this word. I love 3D. I love 3D modeling. I love the puns that come that can be that can be like made when you like kind of like know what you're talking about and like have a degree of experience in all this. Okay, so I did so kind of like what I'm doing right now. I did overextend these a little bit. I shouldn't have put them so close to the edge or the end of the fluffs, because I'm still trying to build like around them. At the time I was just, well, I gotta get them in somehow, so, but like, you know, this is what they're ultimately gonna work out to, this nice little pattern around each one, and that way all the edge flows work nice and together and don't deform one another. Hello, Dragons of Steel. Hoping to look for a while over my D&D campaign. Cool. Oh my gosh. I am, so I do have a group of friends, my boyfriend included, who were wanting to do a D&D campaign. It was gonna be headed by, DM'd by, one of our friends. We make 3D models and I do D&D on tabletop sim. You know what that means! You know what that means! Yes, yes. This is music from, no, it's not Explore the Sky. I've never heard of that one. Sounds like a cool game. But this is from Celeste. This is an old music from Celeste. I figured, so make all my models for me forever, please. Aww. Dragons, you're wonderful. Be here when I make. I'll try to be very clear, very like foresight. Is that how I say it? I'll try to be. I'll make like a bunch of posts everywhere, and I'll like make it known that like I'm announcing the next winner of the model giveaway. I want to try and do one of these every month. I hope I don't burn myself out, because it is a lot of work to make a model. But that's kind of part of how I'm trying to progress with all this, so yeah. I wanna make more models. I am also working towards making a budget outfit. It's part of the channel points goal. We already got 30% in not even 2 full streams yet, so I think we're gonna get there. And I'm so excited, because I've been wanting to update this model for quite a while at this point. I don't know if I'll be able to add ARC tracking to it though quite yet. The visines are there, I just don't know how I might be able to. I would have to use a lot of my phone resources during streams to do that. Sounds like a really similar theme to Swears from the Sky. This is from Celeste. This is Lena Rain. Lena Rain made the OST to Celeste. It's really nice. Love Celeste. I'm not just singing praises of Celeste because I'm trans. I mean, I am doing that because I'm trans, but that's not the only reason. It is genuinely a solid game too. It's very popular among speedrunners, actually. What do you mean mouse for tabletops and I'm talking about things that don't need any movement bonus? Because like, okay, so I'm trying to think, like, if I were to make, like, miniatures and stuff, I would love to have a 3D printer. That would be so cool. I would love to make miniatures at some point. Like, custom. I think that would be really cool. I mean, I am also literally planning a Mind Flayer model. Y'all, chat. I am also literally, like, at some point... Bastille, did I show you it? I can't remember if you were here or not for that. I'll show you it now. Why not? Might as well. Blender is throwing a fit at me, but I am working on the Mind Flayer model at some point too. Kind of gonna be like, I want a repertoire of my own models that I can use for VTubing over the course of time, that like you guys will get to decide which one I use. So I think, you know, the more I do, the more I like progress. That's kind of like what I'm hoping for, essentially. I know it has, I know it's got boobs. Look, I'm trans, okay? I gotta compensate somehow. But much like so much simpler, also doesn't need to be like colored uniquely, can just be grayscale. Yeah, I'm still planning things out in my head, I think, at the moment. You sent me a message, but wait, hold on, you said, let's talk real quick. I'm gonna send you an image on Discord. Okay, well, I'll pay for their way. I need a way for giveaways. I'm glad to pay for my commissions from artists. It would be really cool to make more like sculpted up models, I think. I just would need to know. Because I've never used a 3D printer before. I would love to someday. I would just need to know like how, like, any considerations I should make for like forming the model up at that point. When I have to 3D print it. Okay, cool. That I could even work. Wait, right? Because you said it was tabletops, so you're like, I might be a little ooped, chat. I've heard of Tabletop Simulator. I have heard of it. I haven't specifically played it. I usually up until this point have done D&D like with like in person. It's been a while. I had an experience that kind of made me realize, oh, don't think I'm ever doing that again. But I do love D&D. Or, well, okay, I should rephrase. Being the only girl at a D&D table is, like, kind of dangerous territory. Sometimes. Let's just leave it at that. Yeah. 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 I didn't even mean to do that. I didn't even read that until after I said that. I didn't even read that until after I said that. Great minds think alike. But yeah, so, you sent me stuff. You sent me images. These are cool minis. Are those, wait, is that like from, I can tell the one's just a draw, like a direct 2D drawing, but like, is that just in Tabletop Simulator? Oh. Cool. I'm trying to think. I would probably still have to, like, it's still in a game. It's still a game object. I would still probably have to retopologize each one. It would be really nice to sculpt each one up in, like, whatever pose. And probably still have to, like, you know, properly retopologize it. But I would not be opposed to making some. I think it would be cool. It would take a while, probably, on some of them. It all kind of depends on like what I need to do to the model, more or less. I prefer sculpting. It's just the most easiest. Like here, whenever I'm making any character model, ultimately it's gonna end up, you know, wireframing. You know, I want it, well, here. I want to make sure it's, like, you know, properly topologized and can have, you know, proper deformations. And, that all the loops, like, you know, coalesce together and make sense, essentially, for, like, animation. In the case of a miniature that's not gonna deform actively, like, I'm just trying to think on, like, how I would do that, because, like, it would be great to sculpt that up. I just also would probably still need to retopologize those so that they're, like, game asset ready. Because I don't want the, it's probably not a good idea to have millions of polygons in a live rendering engine. That sounds kind of disastrous. But I guess you turned a mini into a milli. I'd be like for asking for like something brand new, which I totally would probably make it expensive. But Millie is a character I've had for well over a decade, so it'd be worth it to me. Absolutely. Like, I am 100% open to that. Like, I think again the biggest thing is just I need to know, I guess, see, if it was for 3D printing, I probably might be able to just like get away with just sculpting up the model and then hitting the print button. I'm not sure. If that's how I could actually manage with a 3D printer. I'm not sure if that's a limitation or not of it. I'm just also like thinking actively. Kind of like the full scope of everything, like how long would it take to sculpt it up, retopologize it, get it ready, you know? So I'll figure in of her to put on the table. Absolutely. I would probably do the same with me. I would probably, if I probably could actually. I could probably put myself into Tabletop Simulator. That'd be interesting. No plan on VTMS or anything. I mean, I think you can probably make them on little like it's going to be made for a 3D printer. See, that's because that's the big thing. I'll look into it. Let me take a note. Or like actually, honestly, just remembering to look at your message will be enough to remind me. I'll just like keep. I'll keep that message open. I am very grateful for Discord auto sorting messages by when they come in, because I will look further into it and see like what would need to be done. I'm pretty sure I would still need to like work up a topology structure for it. So I don't want to like quote anything too soon right now, but it would be fun. I do want to make more models, just overall. So even cooler if we do this, then I can make one for my friend's character in the campaign too. I'd love to surprise him with the figure for his character too. That's so sweet. Absolutely. I like honestly one of my biggest senses of accomplishment, or like I guess when I think about it all, like the reason why I do what I do. I love whenever I am on commission. I used to get so stressed with commissions, but whenever I am on a commission, and I'm usually streaming whatever it is, just because, you know, just why not, might as well. I'm wanting to like form more, I guess, teachable content over time. So I'll make more like videos about like how to do the stuff I do and like different old tips and tricks, stuff that I, you know, think would be good to know. But whenever I see someone pop in and they're just like, oh my god, it looks so good, and they're like, thank you, I'm just like, yes, they like my work. I'm doing good. I'm doing good for the people. That's just like that puts such a smile on my face. And I love it. I love it so much. But so with that being said, by all means, like okay. I'm like just looking at these. I think it should be doable. Absolutely. I feel like I could make something like that for sure. Especially if it doesn't need any like custom texturing necessarily. If it's just like a, you know, just flat color, then absolutely. Yeah, I'd be so open to that. I'd still be open to it even if I did have to do custom texturing, but that would cost a little more. Is what it is. Gotta keep a roof over my head somehow. I went off on that earlier. I'm just like, you know, what are we doing? Why are we housing commodification fighting everyone into this like constant stress of like, oh my god, I've always got to worry about money. And it's like, ugh. But yeah, absolutely, I would be open to making that for sure. I am also trying to plan out, like, I think to a certain degree, I want to plan out like, and I'm like thinking if I were to like open up my like 3D commissions, which I am planning on doing. I'm trying to get that open. I want to still make some more things to show for that still at this point, to like show off some variety, you know, for a commission sheet. So I do want to open those. I'm trying to be like strategic with it insofar as like I'm pretty sure pricing, as far as pricing is concerned, I'm pretty sure I've got things pretty decent there. No one's really given me any major like thing of like, oh well, like that's too expensive, it's just you're overcharging or undercharging. I want to be fair first and foremost, all in all. But I just like at this point now, I want variety to like put on there too. At the moment I've got like, you know, my Mind Flayer and like the Arrival I made. It's on my Gumroad, by the way. It's free to download as well. It's on Gumroad. I do want to make more like publicly available models, I think too, that I could like put up on Gumroad. I think that would be really freaking cool. Oh my god. Sorry, sometimes my scroll wheel is just stubborn. It like, I'll try to go up and read back chat and it's like, no you don't. I'm gonna stay at the very most recent message. Being close would do this. I can make one for my friend's chapter too. Wait, I already read that. Wait, professional streamer. I'm so good at what I do. But none of them are customized look exactly like the character. I think probably the best bet would be to like show me the full range of like the ones that are available in game, and that way I can also kind of like use that to inform like, you know, how should I make it and what the pose should be and how the details, you know, make sure it's properly unique, you know. So I just have to go with the glow. Yeah, like at some point I absolutely totally don't mind opening something I've worked on previously back up to like finish the texturing or something. That's totally fair. The one the most recent message is the one I'm currently using for Millie. Okay. Okay. Got it. I want to do some more research because I'm, you know, me. I'm always obsessed with knowing more information. I am the information. I'm like that meme of the information seeker GF. Hey guys, got any new information? I love information. Information is so cool. But I do want to do some more research first, just to make sure I'm like familiar with the process of making custom models for Tabletop Simulator, and like, you know, what all is entailed of going into that. But absolutely, yeah, I'd be all for it. Just let me know, keep me updated, and I am going to do my best to not overwork myself too much. At the same time, I need to build up a portfolio, so it's like I'm kind of trying to race against myself here. That was like the workshop content, not like vanilla. Okay. Does it have? I don't think. Hold on. Do I own Tabletop Simulator? I don't know if I do or not. I do not. No, never mind, I do. I do own Tabletop Simulator. I'm very smart. I know exactly what I'm looking at all times. That's sarcasm, chat. That's sarcasm. I will install, and then I will like actually, because like I've never actually launched it. I have owned it for I think forever ago, like since forever ago. I've never actually installed and launched it, which like story of everyone's Steam library, am I right? Come to you because I like your bright cartoony style. Aw, thank you, thank you. Do I have a style? Do I actually have a style? That's hard for me to determine, I think, a lot of times. I always wonder, like, what exactly is my style? How do I describe my style of making a model?
Octoling.
Hello.
That's how you describe it. It's the octoling style.
Octopus style.
Octopus style.
Octopus style.
Octopus! Look, it's an octopus right here. Aayla, look, it's an octopus. You're an octopus.
I make no apologies. My verbal stims are my own. I have to engage in them at every moment.
Shh, enjoy your pets.
Thank you for the pets. I'm getting IRL pets right now.
How's your stream been going?
I don't know. I mean, I've been almost 6 hours. I've got a lot done. What do you think?
I didn't ask how long your stream was going. I asked how your stream was going. Do you see it
Pretty
feel like it's
chill.
going good?
Oh my god, my back. Oh, hold on. So, a lot of the reason. So, that actually feels really good. Thank you for the back massage. Oh my gosh. So. Yeah, but like, absolutely, Bastille, let me know, keep me updated, and I will try and figure out how to, like, on my end, like, what I gotta do to, like,
I felt your back crack.
You felt my back crack. Sometimes
I felt your back pop while I'm massaging it.
Y'all, the US is the only place I know of where I can go to a doctor after having, you know, scheduled like, hey, life is really fucking hard. Maybe I should at least get on disability because, like, you know, my spine is getting issues. Thank you for the back massage. That really helps a lot. Maybe I should try and get on at least disability because, like, some days, like, literally just choose, like, I think, like, it wasn't yesterday. Yesterday I was drunk. I'm so sorry about I'm so sorry about everything about last stream. I was so drunk. I am never doing a drunk art stream ever again. If I do happen to be drunk and, like, I'm at that time where it's like, it's time to start my stream, I think I'm just gonna opt for a game. Cause, like, oh my god, that was a mess. The 2 finished models I've seen that you may not counting Earth because you added an already existing model. That one are quite bright and colorful, so that's what I think of when I think of your style. Awesome. I would like chat, by the way, for if any of y'all got any, like, anything, any descriptive words, any way to define what my style is, by all means, please let me know. And, like, suggest, I guess. Because I need to know. I need to finally know that, like, idea of, like, every artist will eventually develop a style that they have, you know? I get that. That makes sense to me. What exactly do I call mine? I don't know. I'm not sure. I have never been sure about that one. I will save my work. I just wanted to say the reason why this is having issues shading, or it was, I should say, not anymore, because I fixed it, is because of the normal vectors. They were flipped. It's a bit more than that. The faces were flipped, which affects the normal vectors, but the normal vectors were also flipped. I just reflipped them. Now they should segment off better, and they'll look a bit more fluffy, kinda, or well, you know, cohesive rather, I should say. This process of making tabletop sim models isn't too hard. I would even be down for you to make loads of less important models too, like enemy models and whatnot, and unlike important characters, I'd be like, let you have total control over them because I don't care about the specifics. Yeah, okay. It's gonna be really hard for me to, like, purposefully not put a lot of detail into a model. I think, I am trying more because it is sometimes a bit hard to make, like, you know, I want to still, like, at the end of the day. This isn't even normal baked yet, y'all. I still gotta bake normals onto this once I'm finished retopology. It's gonna look so clean. It's gonna look so nice. It's gonna look so clean. Ignore the fact that this is just one giant cylinder right here. I'm gonna continue to add topology to that in a bit. I just wanted to have that there for, like, mostly visual sake, honestly. But yeah, absolutely. Normal baked. At some point, and, like, I'm not sure how easy this would be. I could still do it with just VTubing, probably. Just, like, camera attract, whatever. At some point, if I ever am at a point where I can set up my VR space again and, like, stream with it again, I think especially. But, like, part of my plans with just making more models for VTubing, not even just for, like, other people, but, like, also for just of my own, I really think it would be really cool if I could take up acting again. Totally doesn't make sense. No, it does. I want to make some more models so that I can make some characters for, like, personality, yes. Character development. Stuff like that. How cool would it be if every day or every set amount of time I show up and I could like actually put on a character or something too? I'll still have my own self, my own personality. That's just what I am at this point. I really like octopuses, so that's kind of what I guess I built myself on so far to start. But how cool would it be if I just had characters I could work with too? I've been inspired by a lot of people. A lot of different people, a lot of different VTubers, a lot of different people in my life. And I think it'd be really cool. Cause I miss acting. I do. A lot. And I want to get back into it. I want to act more. It's really fun. It's really fun. Like, when I was acting, I was mostly acting at the time in a haunted house. And I do enjoy haunt acting. I do genuinely enjoy haunt acting too. And I was awarded for it. I was awarded for my performance as a vampire, originally I started in as a catacombs creature, but I was pretty good at it, and I wanna keep doing it. I kind of was forced to not do it more because of COVID. And at the time I was living with someone who was really high risk, so I just didn't want to bring that home, you know. I'm just like, well, shit. Oh well, you know. It is what it is. Easiest thing you can do, like, low effort models for a quantity over quality thing is probably just spend a whole lot less time doing. Like, I think, okay. This is probably actually kind of perfect. Because, like, I have been needing to get better at box modeling characters. What is box modeling characters? Literally just basically this without the sculpting. Where I, like, instead of, like, the way I have it, you can see on the underside in this view, the purple is a high poly. I sculpted that up from scratch, you know, with Blender sculpting tools. It's really high poly. That's why it's called high. If I were to go into it, that's like 2.5 million polygons right there, but it's high detail. And why I do it that way is because of normal baking. If I can get this, actually, I just realized too, these might, this shit might give me a problem with that. Oh, fuck. So, whenever you have a 3D model, whenever you have a normal map of a 3D model, it's kind of just telling the engine where how to shade that region of a model. If you make a customly baked, customly? Chad, I'm in the business of making customly made models for everyone. It's a word now. Customly worded made. My poor brain. Oh my god. If you have a custom normal map, you can kind of determine how the model's going to be shaded, and there's a lot more data you can use from a high poly sculpt like this to then inform where the shading is going to hit the exact vectors on the low poly model. That is pretty much the main detail reason I sculpt. Beyond also just, honestly, it's just my most natural, it feels the most intuitive to make to sculpt if I'm making a character model. But I could also use probably more practice at box modeling. If I just went straight into it, I could probably have had this done by now. Oh dear. Don't excuse that. That's just the shrink wrap I have. I started to try and move it around and but that's because of the shrink wrap modifier. I probably could have gotten this like pretty much finished by now if I just went straight into box modeling. I just really also like the added detail that normal baking gives me from sculpting. But yeah, I need more experience in just modeling something without that. I don't think I'm gonna be bad at it. I think I can do it pretty well. I can do retopology pretty well. I mostly like at that point retopology. It kind of just gives me a form to work to after like the sculpt. It's kind of like a visual aid, if you will, I suppose. I bet you started with the normal explanation, then attempting to joke about you stuttered with the joke and got the yeah. I'm mentally stable. What? Why do you think I'm not? What? How could I possibly not be? I like to have fun here. I mean, it's my stream. I should be having fun while I'm doing it, right? So soon box model is like just combining really simple shapes into a single mass and call it kinda, basically. It's basically just imagine if I started making this without the sculpts. I just went straight into it. It's like, okay, chat, here we are. Let's go. Let's make a cube. Let's make a cube. Let's make a cube. Sorry, that wasn't very bottles shit up and deals with it alone of me. But like, what if I like made a cube and like started to make the form of the head already just with that cube? That like at the end of the day, and this is gonna sound probably actually fucking insane, that is just what I started with to sculpt. I usually start to sculpt by blocking everything out in subdivided cubes. Just really helps. It's like really like, because I don't know if y'all saw that, but like, well, go back a bit. If I don't apply the subdivision modifier, I've just got a lot of geometry to work with without having to deal with all the points. And it just makes like setting a form really easy. Where like, you know, say for instance, that's gonna like go out a bit, and like this is like gonna go out but not quite as much, and like just really makes it really quite easy to work up a form and then sculpt from. So that's kind of basically my workflow. I streamed it all. I've been also uploading the VODs on YouTube. I do have a VODs channel. It's down there somewhere, probably. If I remember to put it in there. I'm pretty sure it's there. That's pretty much my process. Or like the start of it, yeah. Box modeling is kind of just like omitting all that and just going straight at it and just, you know, push like here's a plane, here's a subdivision, or sorry, an extrusion of that plane, here's me making it more downward, kinda. I fucked it up, so I'm gonna add a loop and, you know, do that. And like, imagine this is like the process of me making like, I don't know, like an arm loop or a leg loop, and then as I get it, I just move it out and make sure it, like, you know, fits to the shape. And it would be I'm not gonna lie, it would be a much faster way to work. It also would kind of be really difficult to then also just bake normals directly onto it, because I prefer sculpting for that, frankly. But if it's like supposed to just be a quick model that's not normal mapped or anything, then I could also do that, I guess. Watching you fuck with that orb and make all those shapes and forms, yeah. Like, without all the individual polygon touch-ups. So that's kinda, I guess I could it would look unrefined. Because if you want, I still have the backup, by the way. This is kind of what that would entail. Like that's the finished, here's the finished sculpt, and here's the block in after I got it all together and subdivided and smoothed. You can tell it's still unrefined. But to start with, this is that's pretty much how I make every sculpt. You know, you can see now that like all that's filled in. So the subdivision was applied. But that's pretty much how I do it. Probably produces lower quality products overall, which isn't good when you want to make a really nice model. It's like your VTuber, yeah. Like, I mean, I suppose like if I'm like making a big project and I have to like just give stuff placeholders, I suppose I could just like work with each of these and then rig it and then have it like be kind of like a pseudo kind of model, or if anything, honestly, it would probably be really good for blocking in like a physics model that will then determine or be used to determine where the physics collisions happen on that model in a live rendering engine. If you've ever broken up a source model before, you know what I'm talking about. Maybe, possibly, probably. I really like 3D modeling. This is fun to me. I love the fact that I am able to like come on here and teach y'all all this stuff each day. I want to do this more, and I'm like wanting to go full force at it, cause I'm tired of just like thinking like, well, I gotta get like all this like prepared and put together and stuff, and like I've been wanting to progress with my art portfolio and career as like overall in the long term for quite a while, and was not gonna do that. Technically, I just had a usual office job. Was not gonna be able to. This is gonna be hard. I just realized this segment. I should probably bring you out, and bring you out, and then put you there. Yeah, cool. That's what's known as consolidation, and I think it should still work. Yeah, okay. Should still work with the topology flow. Speaking of physics model, you know Vignon, and we both use it. It's what I'm using. This is Vignon. It's really cool, by the way. If you want to get into VTubing, check it out. It's really cool. It's also it's donationware. Suvi made some manages it. Suvi Drill. Really, it seems like a really cool person, by the way. I haven't interacted personally with her, but she just seems really cool. Well, I redeem that's a ball of yarn to be thrown at me, but I want the ball to also have a trail of yarn in its travel path. I believe so. There is a way that you could probably do that. I'm thinking of how to like do that. You probably set, if you set like a piece of the yarn hanging off to like an armature and just extend that as it gets thrown, kind of, you could probably get that effect. I could probably make that. And I believe that, I think it would support that. I'm not honestly very certain. Because I believe I've tried setting redeems with armatures and like armature deformations before, and it didn't work out, but that could have been before I discovered Vignon. I'm not certain. It's hard to remember. But I will look into that, and it just anything you want me to like look into further, by all means. Also just ask me on Discord. Because sometimes I do try to remember everything. Sometimes it can get a lot to like manage and for my mind to handle. So I do try to remember everything, but it is just a lot more reliable. I will like check it on Discord as well. But I believe it should support something like that. I am not certain though, and I'm not like I wouldn't be the one of most authority to answer that specific question. I feel like, because if I'm being honest, I'm still learning how like a lot of these work too. And I'm still like, at some point, like, I've debated like maybe I would make my own rendering and like tracking software, but like I don't see really much of a need to at this point because Vnon is just so freaking good. There we go. Cool. Epic. Damn, I'm good. I love what I do. So now if that were to get shaded smooth, that's about, ignore the reds at that point, that's just seeing the back faces of the otherwise front faces over here. Think it's looking good. I like where this is going. I do want to I do gotta reform the antennas a little bit though. Actually, something I could probably do really quick just to look at it. How many points are on here real quick? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Fuck. Well, should still be workable. I just don't like working with uneven face amounts, if I can help it. Turn off in front for that, and then, because I was originally planning on like having this kind of like stuck to each point, but then I had to kind of also do some tweaks to the point where the antennas would connect, so I do gotta kind of remake them. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I might just even be able to just add a loop cut as well, but like I also worry about doing that because then I gotta also kind of like work with the form a bit more and pull it out, and that's hard to do with a shape that's this complex. But that might already have been like what I needed for anyway. Damn me, everything. Anything that's like I can go back up in like DMs and texts and stuff is usually easier for me, like mentally. So like that is kind of how I will handle anything to do with like a given project or something. And also, before I do anything here, I just realized this is still there. It's not supposed to be there. There we go. Keep this stream not to interrupt so I can focus on working on my DNA and stuff. Absolutely. Dragons, by the way, y'all, Dragons streams too. Go check them out. They do, I'm just so proud of this, I'm sorry. I'm so proud of having, like, being able to just do this and, like, it's just, like, it's so cool. It's so cool. I love that it all works together like that. Not to brag, but I think I'm pretty good at what I do. Dragons, thank you so much. I will continue to let you know. Thank you, thank you. Just keep me updated. And
Wait.
I'll message you after the stream. And I will then I'll take some time to just look into like how that's gonna be made up in the engine. Because I want to be certain that I can do it before I say any like definitively yes or no. But yeah, I will let you know. Thank you so much. This is just kind of at this point I am placing each of these where the deformations ended up happening, so I can still hopefully I hope so salvage this whole antenna. I might just have to actually wait a minute. At this point I can just slide loop it, right? Yeah, because I'm not matching it to anything specific in that point. So cool. Never mind, I don't have to redo the antennas. I'm just way too much of a stickler sometimes for perfection. It happens. Is what it is. Oh my gosh, don't kill your PC! That's probably not a good thing. Oh my gosh. So I think this is at a point where I am like satisfied with the antennas. I might just actually add them in, or as far as I'm concerned for working purposes, I am going to like keep them separate for now. But those will eventually join into the mesh. The reason I do that is because I'm not sure if I'm just like uncertain yet how to make this not happen, but whenever I will like go to like rig something that is like separated from the full mesh, kind of my idea is it needs to be what's known as manifold. So like no holes. It's like, you know, once I clean that up, once I clean the butt up and the hole in the tail and the bottom of the hooves, all of this will eventually get merged into one, and like from the inside it will just all be kind of like airtight, and it will, like, there's not gonna be any like holes in the mesh formation by that point. Whenever that's not the case, or if I try to like fake that, I have run into deformation issues with animating them, and like, well, after I actually like get the rigging done and everything, and it just will not stay to the reference point of where like the bottom ring here should deform to. So I want to be certain that it's gonna all deform properly. Is basically the main reason I'm doing all this at this point. Because at a certain point, this is going in VR chat. And I will also deliver a VRM or something that will be suitable for VTubing as well. But ultimately the idea is this is going to be in VR chat. So I want it all to deform properly. I also want to keep it under a certain polygon limit, which I should probably put up on this. This is the other view. Something I do when I'm like working in Blender. I'll just like set up a view that I can have as like a solid material view for the most part, while I'm then also doing the color coding of the loops. Just for like easy switching between the two views. or between whatever I'm actively working on in that moment. Now. Good night, Blood Angel. Thank you all for all your support and all your help and everything. I'm trying to get back into the swing of it all. I want to I want to continue doing all this. I love this. I missed this for a year because I was like just trying to be like, well, I gotta get a job, right? Society expects me to get a job, and nowhere else is hiring. So if nothing's gonna hire me, I would rather just make art and just put all my effort into finally actually, you know, getting the momentum going. So this is I am like so excited. 2025 has been really freaking scary, but like I am doing everything in my power to just get my mind off the crazy shit and just have more, I guess, liberty, I guess, if you will. Good luck on the commission. Thank you so much. Absolutely. I'm thinking at this point I will probably be able to get it finished. I'm probably gonna end up going a little bit over my my time frame. I hope not. I want to get it, I want to ideally try and get a model a month done. I don't know if that's too ambitious or not. But this is the first one, so I guess I'll be able to better judge that after the fact. And if I can't keep that level of consistency, well, I don't want to say that level of consistency, but if I can't keep that like level of pace and momentum, I want to be, you know, honest with myself and my expectations and what I can deliver. So I'll continue to refine everything as I go. I wasn't sure what else to do. I had no idea what else to try. So I'm trying what I want to try. I'm trying what I love. All right. I still gotta finish. We did a lot of talking here. I get chatty. What can I say? All right, so these two then are to link up with that and here. Which means same with that part, not there, but over here, Blender. I love Blender. I love it even when it doesn't love me. This is my relationship to 3D. Okay. Cool. So now that all those are mapped in. Wasn't even planning on that, but that's awesome. Now I believe I should be able to make all of these consistent and cohesive. So that will be the blue. That will be blue, and then that will just continue to get taken down. Consistent with everything else. Something that also I guess I should probably clarify. If you have like a vertex painted like color, and like you specifically like drag that out with like a selection like I've been doing here, I'll show it again. if you have like a specifically like vertex colored point that you're trying to like unify, if you specifically make selections to like where exactly you're specifically trying to join up, it's gonna do that. It's gonna try and like join all the colors of the surrounding vertices, or well, or I guess in this case, surrounding faces. Just kind of like try and like unify that. That's part of why I don't really do that type of fill very much, because sometimes it just, you know, at the end of the day, I'm still gonna re-vertex color them. These are all supposed to be part of those blue loops. You know. But that's kind of how it defaults to if you make a proper selection. I should have colored this one too, but oh well. I'll do it after I form these up. And then from there, at some point, I will totally actually like make the palette. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Chat, where is it? Chat, where is it? There's a palette option that you can use somewhere in Blender, I believe. Wait, no, right, I have to be in Vertex Paint for it to take effect. There's a palette option you can do in Blender. You can actually set like a color palette in Blender. You can save these. I have it saved as my default Blender loadout. This is just kind of like the colors I use for, like, you know, so far branding, and like just my colors, my color scheme, if you will. That's why I added it to this. I'm debating on like whether or not I should add the vertex colors I use for all this to that, or just make a separate palette for it. But I do want these to be like a standard that I set, I think, color-wise, that I'll use to like then convey like how each edge loop flow works around itself and within itself, if you will. Because overall, just gonna recenter that there. Overall, there is like a reason, cohesively, why these are all painted the way they are. I could probably add a few more around like very specific like supporting loops for certain areas if I really wanted to get like hyper specific, but I kind of don't know if I want to do that because I'm thinking of how I'm gonna present these in the long term, as like the red loops are always going to be the major deformation loops, the yellow ones are always going to be like the supporting ones around that, like, you know, I'm trying to figure out how to like present that to people, basically, more or less. Sorry, music kind of cut out on us for a moment, but 1 second. I freaking love Celeste's soundtrack, it's so good! Well, there is no artist better, there is no musical artist on the planet better than Lena Raine! That might be a bit of an overstatement. But she's really good at what she does. And I appreciate that. My hand trackers just do not like me drinking anything. Coffee's cold again. Didn't drink it fast enough. That's so me. That's so on brand for me at this point. Fucking hell. Okay, wait, where... That's really deep. Okay, cool. Another thing I should probably also mention while I'm on the topic here, if you extrude points that are already vertex colored, they'll just kind of inherit what the extrusion. It's kind of really useful, kind of cool. And now that should be able to get just quickly painted. And there we go. I could probably do this a bit faster if it wasn't for your vertex colors, but like it also is really helpful, I'm not gonna lie, for like as a visual aid to the workflow. Hello.
Get petted.
Thank you. I'm on a roll here. I've
just been doing the dishes.
Oh, thank you.
They're almost all done.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
I got drunk,
Cool.
so I can't remember the anxiety of being beaten.
Aww. Well,
I've just been listening to union music.
Aw.
You're doing good with your art.
Thank you. I Bastille just came in asking me basically to if I can do some models for I believe tabletop simulator. Wow, you can probably hear my brain processing as I'm trying to talk sometimes.
It's like watching a CP. It's like literally opening Task Manager and going to like display and watching the CPU be at 100% and start slowly dropping back down. What the hell?
I didn't mean to do that. Blender just fucking crashed.
I was what the hell? You weren't even near the close button. What the hell?
It just so I accidentally hit the render button. I was trying to get vertex colors up. I accidentally hit render. Sometimes
Get some hugs for your accident.
Aw, thank you.
It's okay. It's an accident. Just like you not being able to join the Twitch teams because I'm just a better Twitch streamer than you.
Okay, look. Hold on. Hang on. Hold on. So chat, I did get into a Twitch team. I think they're just kind of really probably overstocked right now or overworked at the moment for like trying to keep everyone like managed and like whatever. There's a lot going on. So at some point down there should show up probably one of these days, hopefully. I think you for the best. I did get accepted into a team, so I
got in it first.
My roomie's obsessed over having gotten into a team first. To be fair, hers is a bit more niche, but like, you know. I think I might have just fucking crashed Blender for good for this stream. I've gotten into a habit now, guys, of like having Blender open before I start even so much as OBS, because like this just happens after Blender crashes while I'm streaming. It'll just take forever to freaking load in. I don't even know if it's ever gonna load in now. I might have to restart it again, which is cool, I guess. Fucking hell. Will it open, please, Blender? If it please the jury. If it please the chat. My God. Blender. Blender. Still waiting on it, by the way. Still just hoping it'll recover. This is why I do that. This is why I start Blender before I even start OBS every day. Cause then this happens. And it really irritates me. It's like, come on. And this happens. Then this happens. Then it breaks my model. And the audio box. Oh, this fills me with so much fucking rage, but okay. I hope Blender recovers. I really hope Blender recovers. At this point, I gotta relaunch my model, so I'll be right back. Hold on. Maybe it'll speed up Blender a little bit, though. At this point, what's gonna load in first? Blender or, getting my model back up and running? I don't know. I got no idea. Evidently my model's back up and running. That's the one, it's, wow. Epic. Alright. Well, I might have to just fucking end the stream at this point, cause, like, I just can't open Blender. Gonna scream. Actually about to fucking scream. Fucking hell. Now it just opens! That was so fast! What the fuck? Alright, let's get back to work. That stuff drives me insane some days. That drives me insane some of these days. Oh my god. Alright, we're back up. We're good to go. Sorry. Sometimes Blender just doesn't like accidental renders. Hello?
Hi, question.
Hi.
We don't have stuff for spaghetti.
Spaghetti?
Yeah,
Would
you
you
want
like
ramen or you get to pick ramen or mac and cheese.
The shops are all closed by now, aren't they?
Yes, I said that. Anywho, ramen or mac and cheese. I can do ramen or I can do mac and cheese.
Ramen. Always ramen. Ramen's yummy.
Freaking peasant.
I'm a hey, but I'm a peasant who can make a 3D model.
I choose mac and cheese. I actually choose mac and cheese because I didn't realize we have broccoli, so we're gonna have mac and brock for dinner.
Huh? Oh, okay.
Mac and brock.
Awesome.
Mac and cheese and broccoli. It's like the Panera Bread stuff.
But
Panera Bread got rid of it.
But I put my opinion forward for ramen.
Your opinion is always invalid to me. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
It's food, so I'm not gonna complain.
It's just, do you actually want ramen and broccoli? I would think
yeah.
mac and cheese and broccoli would be better. I might actually
mac and cheese and broccoli does sound better together. That is some essential additional context.
Like just on their own, I agree with you. Ramen sounds better, although I wonder about its fillingness. But mac and cheese and brock is way better.
That does, yeah. It just they will go together better, I think. Good point.
Here, you get a hug and kiss.
Okay.
Hug. This is an amazing artist. You should follow her for being amazing.
Like, follow, share, retweet, like, subscribe.
Get your lungs crushed with a hug.
Donate, because you might win a chance to get a model from me.
Isn't that a raffle?
You're welcome.
Is that legal? Are you being... Do I need to contact the FBI? FBI, open up! I've actually kicked in a door. It was a metal door. Some dude had stolen my flash drive, showed it off in front of me to be antagonistic and be like, "Oh, hey, look, I got I got your flash drive," and then just ran to his room, locked the door, and I was so angry and full of adrenaline, I kicked in a 2-inch metal door and broke the locks. My parents had to pay for new locks on it because
sounds expensive.
Well, I don't care. They paid $40,000 to get rid of me. They hated me that much. I didn't care that I made them pay even more.
I mean,
they
that's
could have
fair.
died for all I'm not gonna talk anymore. They were assholes and that's it.
It's kind of crazy to me that, like, some parents can just be assholes. I mean, mine were alright, I think. My dad, I think, was just a little fucking insane. Probably still is. Definitely still is. I say hi to him every so often, kinda, like, from, like, email. But, like, I was really debating going back to live with my dad when I was, facing homelessness. Because I really didn't want to. He just never really treated me with much respect. If we're being honest. My mother was, like, probably the only one I would say really treated me with much respect. Granted, they died, my mom died not knowing a lot of things about me. But yeah, no, that just was... I did not like living with my dad. I enjoyed living with my mother, at the very least. Okay, so then that will get connected, those will go together, that'll get blue. Then I can just kind of continue on, adding more topology. And, at a certain point, actually, well, hold on a moment. I could probably just kind of like add a loop to that too, I believe, or well, I guess all of these really. Since they're all wrapping around, then since we're good at topology management, we can make sure that any added topology doesn't interfere with the rest of the model. So I'll move that up. Connect these. Actually, I should just do that with all of these now, shouldn't I? I'm kind of the type to, like, not really mind repetitiveness in, like, a workflow process. But, like, if something's gonna be a repetitive process, I might as well just tackle all of it at once and just keep kind of, like, progressing through each part of the workflow, you know? So now, I'm just also, like, I could probably just, like, you know, do all of these all at once, but, like, I also need to keep in mind the face projection, so if I do that right now, I'll just go all over the place, and then I'll just have more to clean up, so to a certain degree, this is a bit faster at the moment. Faster than otherwise cleaning up face, loose face projection. Cool. Extend these out a bit. See, yeah, that's gonna happen if your face projection isn't accurate. It'll just find whatever else is there and project to whatever is nearest. So you need to do it accurately. Oh, there's also one more. Oops. Almost ready to do what I was gonna do next. Oh dear. There we go. Cool. So now I'm just thinking, how am I gonna do the bottom layer? I might even still actually, I still kind of need to like clean up this part. And I think at this point, now that I have that all like mapped in, if I make this transparent, I can probably kind of better align these a bit. So now I'm just worried about maintaining the outer loops around these. And as I form these, I can, you know, add a bit of additional topology loops if needed. But the extreme loops are the most important at this stage. Because it's kind of informing where the rest of it's going to end up. Also, is that a back face? Wait a minute. It is. It's a back face. I can tell that just by looking at it. Damn, I'm getting good. Kind of what I mean when I say, you know, watch out for back faces, because it just is how models get shaded. It affects how they actually like get shaded and visibly like viewed. So okay, so that's, this one looks good. Looks good, except for here. Actually, the more I look at this, could I, hold on, because that's just going that way. I might just be able to actually not even need these. Hold on, chat. I might have just had a bit of a brain blast. If I merge those, I think that might actually just work. Potentially. Possibly better than what I was setting it up for. I just really worry about all these pulls is my only concern. Because I don't like using pulls if I can help it. That's why I was thinking of also adjusting these to... But like, I'm just trying to like think about it mathematically. And like, if I were to like delete that vertices, that vertex point that's holding all that together, could I actually just do this? I just struggle to do that because I'm at that point also affecting those loops we made. You know, like all the rest of these. But I think it might serve better to do that, actually. Now that I'm looking at it. I'm gonna try it. If it fucks up, I can just add another vertex and repaint the faces that it fucked up. Cause like, you know. But I am gonna try. If I merge that there, that then gives face flow here and there. Which I believe... Oh, yeah, and then, okay, it's just gonna wrap back around. Provided I can maintain that flow. I think this might work better. But I don't know if I'm gonna be able to. Because that's gonna need to go like that way. So I can actually like point it in the right direction first and foremost. And then this way. Where like that could wrap around. And then back into itself. Somehow. Right? Wait a minute. That in there. Oh, I'm a fucking genius. Okay. That might work. That might still work really well. And it gets around needing to use all those pulls. So I think, and it's still at the end of the day, provided I make it right, gonna still sustain that opposing loop flow otherwise. So yeah, Chad, I might have just stumbled across a actual freaking just better way to do all this.
Isn't it nice?
Thank you.
Being able to like figure out better methods and quicker ways to do what you love.
Yeah.
There's always a discovery.
I wouldn't say
it's always like some little. For me, it's like it's like finding a gold little nugget in the middle of a stream. Just being like, ooh, ooh, ooh! Look, I've discovered this cool thing that's better for it.
That music is so loud.
Sorry, I love loud music.
I know.
My hearing's been damaged a lot by both gunshots and people screaming in my ears.
That's fair. What it's like to be a modern American kid, get screamed at all your life.
A modern American neurodivergent kid.
A modern neurodivergent kid, get screamed at all your life by your parents, get screamed at all your life by teachers, get screamed at all your life by employers, eventually die.
My parents were too drunk to scream at me. It was my brother that screamed at me, my older brother. He liked messing with me specifically. And just would like scream in my ear. And then there's been several times where a gunshot has gone off without hearing protection right next to me. So at this point, it's just I've got permanent hearing loss.
Unfortunate.
Anywho, what did I come in for?
But yeah, that actually works. I'm amazed. How the fuck did I figure that out? Cool.
Where's your maid outfit? You're in gay mode. Where's your maid outfit? Because maid outfits make you gay.
This is a shiver outfit, but I've got a lot.
Put your maid outfit on.
I've got quite a lot.
Damn, you do have a lot.
Thank you.
Wow. Holy shit, actually. I'm sorry, I don't mean to swear on your stream.
Don't worry about it, I do it all the time.
Okay, so then it's not like my stream where I need to be careful. Because I have a niche community that doesn't respond well to swearing.
Oof.
I mean, hey, it's helped me grow. It's helped me grow at a faster rate than you.
Hey, I'm just doing what I like and streaming it because other people find it cool sometimes.
So I came in to ask, do you mind doing a couple dishes? A couple.
Kind
I'll
of in
deal
the
with the rest. It's literally like 4 or 5.
kind of in the middle of something at the moment.
Not right now.
But, like,
Not right now. Afterwards. Whenever you're done. I just don't. I'm kind of done with dishes. I've done almost all of them. It's just a couple. And the silverware. No, I'll do the silverware. It's just a couple.
Once I end, I'll take care of it. But at the very least, I want to get the rest of these made up. Because this is so cool. How the fuck did I just manage that? Like, oh my gosh. This is so cool. Now, if I need to make any additional loops, I'll just go around here and they'll still support everything. Sweet. And I don't need to rely on poles. I hate poles. I fucking hate poles. Because they just don't deform well. So this is like a moment for me, chat. So now, if I'm gonna carry that forward on the rest of these, then this needs to connect to these. Same with this. And then from there, it just loops right back up with itself. Cool. Awesome. Fuck. I would have screamed. I grabbed the window border accidentally, trying to tab back into edits. I would have screamed. Sorry, I'm just like so proud of myself for this discovery here. I found a way to not need to use poles. And keep the topology flow. And keep it from interfering with the rest of the topology flow. That's so cool. I'm so satisfied with myself right now. Which is weird because I'm not used to that. I'm not used to being satisfied with my own process and progress. I'm used to always being like, this isn't good enough. This isn't good enough. This isn't good enough. So format U. Right? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yeah, okay. Oh, hold on. Did I go too far on this one? I think I might have. I did. I went too far. It was supposed to be this one that I was supposed to delete. That would have been a disaster. So 3 extra vertices. Move them up. Move that one up. Then we can make a triangle, then we can make another, well, it's not quite a triangle, it's like a triangulated quad. And then it just fills itself in. Epic. Fuck! I hate that the my god. I hate that the render fucking button is so close to the frickin' this. I've never had that problem before until just tonight. Why do I keep accidentally hitting the render button? Fucking hell. Oh, that's enough to make me scream. This is so nice. Because now if I smoothen that, it should even actually also just work out to shade better too. Cool. I discovered a new way to do something tonight, chat. Are you proud of me? I'm proud of myself. Kind of struck me for a lot of shock when I got laid off. Along with like a lot of other people when I was, you know, being a Google contractor. But I still want to move forward with like the same work ethic of like doing whatever I can as efficiently as possible and as well as possible, no matter what I'm doing. Okay. Cool. Oh dear. I did not mean to go into weight paint. I keep having this issue. It's not like I'm like having an issue keeping my pen steady. For the most part. But like, why do I keep misclicking? It was a misinput. It was a misinput. So chat. At a certain point, I'm gonna become an Eldritch Horror. Just want to prepare everyone for that. But I'm excited. Really fitting music, I think, for it, for that information. Oh my. Sometimes trying to make a very specific selection in Blender is like pulling teeth. It's like, oh my god. This one and this one and that one and that one and fill it and unselect and reselect and fill and cool and go. Awesome. This really is a better way to do this. I'm really glad I just took a moment and I'm like, you know what? That could have been a better distribution. Be very certain I add specifically only one face. Sometimes I've accidentally like overpressed filling a face loop with Blender and it'll just actually fill that additional face again when like I don't need it. I just accidentally overpressed it once. Awesome. That's almost all of them. Now I should just be able to copy that over for the next one, for the next layer. Cool. Epic. That's all of them. All of them on the top layer anyway. I really thought this was gonna be a lot harder than it actually is, but it looks like I'm holding up so far, so cool. Let's keep going. Or well, right, I also gotta do stuff, don't I? It's almost 7 hours. Almost been going for 7 hours straight. Good amount of work, I think, done in that time. Pretty much most of the model. Pretty much completely retopologized now. There we go. Real quick also, since I'm here, might as well finish off the buttocks. The cake, if you will. How am I gonna do that? Fuck out. Actually, how am I gonna do that? Well, I can dissolve you first off, move you down a little bit. Think that should be okay. Add a loop here, move you around. And then that can kind of just link up, right? Yeah, cool. I may need to redo this a tiny bit, but I think I can still figure this out though, actually. Wait a minute, hold on. I don't really like how that centers back around itself, but it's also going around there, and at this point I'm not sure I need to worry about that too much. Mostly more just worried about this, but like, dissolve, go through. That might work. That might actually work. I think that works. I think that does genuinely work. Cool. So, alright. At this point, let's see, what are we? Like 16.2k tries, roughly. Oh dear. Oh, I also have to finish the bottom of the head. I think that looks good. I also think, at this point, chat, I'm probably just gonna finish what I got here and just head off, I think. So I do got some stuff I gotta read into now, looks like. But if you've been with me this whole time, thank you. I appreciate you. And at a certain point, I want to keep doing more of these. It looks like I might have a proper chance to, so I'm gonna go for it. It would be really neat to make some, like, miniatures. That's for sure. And I think doing something for Tabletop Simulator might just be kind of the, I guess, like, bridge into that I need, so I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna make more. But for now, I think I'm satisfied with where we've gone so far tonight. Pretty much most of the model retopologized. Just gotta connect the antennas, redo a bit of the tail, fluff it up a bit, and I think honestly could probably at that point just be done by copying over these to some degree. But I'm gonna leave it here for tonight, I think. I might get a bit more done off stream. But I think we made good progress. I think we made really good progress. Y'all, I'm heading out for the night. Good night. Peace. Thanks for being with me on this journey, and at some point, after I make a couple more, I think I want to actually like not even just after, but like I want to start making like some proper videos at some point. Make like just quick tips even on Blender or something, you know, something helpful. I'm gonna head out. Good night.